I just realized I've been muted this whole time. Oh, okay. Hello, hi. I need to remember to turn on my mic as I change scenes. So I guess I will tell that story again about how I thought I wasn't live, because the first time I told it, I was muted, and so in a way, I guess I wasn't live. Uh, yeah, I tried to check my, like, stream stats, while I was in that loading room with, on OBS, and it just didn't. Like, it just said, oh, you're offline. And I'm like, that's weird, because it says I'm streaming right there at the bottom right of OBS. Uh, so I'm definitely not offline. But as I looked and I went onto Chrome and I opened up my own stream, and it's like, yes, no, you are streaming. It's like, okay, cool, thanks. But yeah, so now we're here, saying this for the second time because I was muted, and like I wish I could have a way to make it so I'm auto muted on some scenes and not muted on others, but because it's the same like microphone object that's between scenes, I don't think I can do that. But maybe I'll figure that out at some point so that I don't accidentally do that again, because I did that last stream whenever I switched to Slay the Spire the first time. And luckily someone in chat was there to tell me. And luckily this time I was able to check as I was about to check some other audio things. But yeah, I'm gonna be playing some Slay the Spire today, because I started it last time, after my debut, had a really good Ironclad run, and yeah, I want to see how I can do on the Silent as we unlock more characters and such on this file. So yeah, let me just hop on over to that thing. Let me... I actually did some testing off stream to see if I could fix like the lagging issues, and whenever I opened Slay the Spire, it seemed just to not be a problem. I also tried it on Guilty Gear, and that time it definitely was a problem. My computer could not handle recording and Live 2D, or sorry, VTube Studio, and also running Guilty Gear. So if I ever do stream that, it might have to be through like a PNG stream. But even that might actually be a bit too laggy, just the process of streaming it. So yeah. That said, let me swap us over. Whoop. And turn on the audio. Cool. So hopefully I won't be lagging this time. And if I do, then fuck me, I guess. But yeah, I'll be playing the Silent. Their whole thing is that they like to have, they're very squishy. They have less health. They don't have ways to regain health like the Ironclad does. They have some pretty good defensive options, and they have a lot of ways to gain a lot of momentum as far as like drawing and playing cards, getting extra energy, and having really big explosive turns. So yeah. Their little gimmick is that at the start of each combat they get to draw 2 extra cards, and we'll see what we can do. Oh, hello, Niao. Neo? Now? Now. I'm gonna go with now. Oh, am I getting that lag? Is it happening already? Let me check Live 2D, are you... No, is it fine? Whoa, okay, hold on. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try something sneaky. I didn't actually I should have tried going into a run when I was doing the lag test, because it was fine on the menu, but of course it's gonna be fine on the menu. There's nothing there. So here, I'm going to drag us back to the lounge for a second, as oh god, you have both audios going, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna drag us back here for a second, as I do a little bit of testing, to see if I can fix this. Nope, that's still pretty sluggish. What I'd like to see is if I could do it in some sort of like windowed mode. But I don't think I can change my... Yeah, I'd have to restart the game to do... it appears I crashed the game anyway, so we'll be restarting, I suppose. Yeah, sorry about this. This is, something VTuber scuff. Let's see. Continue run. I wonder if that... So I changed it to normal full screen instead of borderless full screen. I don't know if that shouldn't do anything, right? Like, realistically, that shouldn't be a fix. But it might be, just because, I don't know, computers are weird sometimes. Okay. That might be a bit better. Oh, that's still kind of laggy. And I don't want to be sitting on actual full screen this whole time. So I'm gonna... Yeah, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try going to windowed... I don't think any changes. I might just have to deal with the slightly laggy models sometimes. But I definitely want to go back to borderless. Windowed. So I guess while I'm vibing here in slightly laggy form, while we're preparing, I can ask, hey, how are you guys doing tonight? I don't know if, I really ought to have tested this a bit more off stream, but I went, oh yeah, no, it seems fine. Okay, cool. I guess I don't have to worry about it, and then I left it at that, like a dum-dum. We're gonna continue that run, and we're gonna smooth back over here. Okay. Oh, that's weird. I wonder if I did something by, like, whenever I switched profiles or something, that made it... Because I did a test thing on... Actually, no, I did test this first room on my other, like, account or whatever, and it worked fine. So, I don't know. And I guess doing that made the game forget that I actually beat the game before, because normally I would be offered better choices here. But that's a damn shame. Can I encounter an elite within my first 3 enemies? 1, 2... No, I don't think there's much of a reason to do that. I'm just gonna get the extra max HP because I have very little max HP as this character. Let's see. I like this route because it has some question marks, it has elites, it has shop, so yeah. Okay, yeah, so the Silent has a couple cool things. They have the same sort of strike and defend that most characters have, although I think they have slightly more cards than the other characters. And then they've got this sort of like really cheap special stuff here, just to get extra block at the cost of a card, and to make enemies weaker and deal a little bit of damage. I'm going to do... There we go. Block all that damage. Yeah, on the Ironclad, I was able to tank a lot more hits just because I knew I had regen between fights. But on the Silent, I'm going to want to do that a lot less. Because... Actually, I should have targeted down this one. But yeah, I'm going to have to do that a lot less because... I don't have as much health to spare. Yeah, I took unnecessary damage there. Let's see. Deal 12 damage. You discard a card this turn, gain 2. So that basically becomes a free 12 damage thing. That's kind of nice. Gain some block, draw some cards. Gain block, and then block the next turn. Let's see if we can go some sort of discard thing, because I already have like one discard effect in my deck by default. Let's see. A strange blue humanoid with a golden helm approaches you with a huge smile. Oh, that guy looks friendly. Hello, friend! I am a cleric. Are you interested in my services? The creature shouts loudly. I am at like full health, and I'm pretty sure. Can I remove a card for cheaper at the shop? When is the next shop? Very soon. Yeah, I will remove a card. Let's get rid of let's get rid of a strike. A cold blue flame envelops your body and dissipates. The creature grins. Cleric talented. Have a good day. What a nice fella. You got a big old jaw worm. Okay. Okay, yeah, so now I can do the cool thing with discarding this. Bonk. This is just, yeah, free damage, I guess. Can I draw 2 attacks? Yes, just barely. Weakness potion, that's pretty nice. Cost 1 less for each card discarded this turn, deal 7 damage 3 times. You see, I like both of these just because I'm starting to go into this discard effect thing. This one is more useful now than this one is. Actually, that's 21 damage for even just like 2 power if I have it in the same hand as the other thing. The problem is I don't have enough. I only have the 1 discard effect right now. But this is just fine enough as like 3 energy deal 21 damage, so. Yeah, let's go shop. Bouncing Flask is really good if I'm going poison, I think. Infinite Blade. I don't think I'm going Shivs right now. Finisher is kind of nice, but I feel like that's better if I'm going something like Shivs, where I'm spamming a bunch of 0-cost attacks. I mean, I can't afford these, but just may as well look at what they are. Sundial, every 3 times you shuffle your draw pile, gain 2 energy. That's interesting. Okay, 10 attacks, gain an energy. I'm gonna just remove a card. Let's just remove a defense. What do we got? Among the stone and boulders, you notice an intricate large blue statue resembling a wing. You find gold spilling from its cracks. Maybe there's more inside. I mean, if I can just keep making my deck smaller and smaller, that's good. Like, and I think that's better than the gold right now, because am I gonna run to a shop anytime soon? No, not for the rest of the floor. So I'm not gonna be, like, starved for gold. So let's just... Someone once told you of a cult that worshipped a giant bird. As you kneel in prayer, you begin to feel light-headed. You wake up sometime later, feeling strangely fleet of foot. Let's remove another defense. Campfire. And let's upgrade a card. Let's see. Okay, it's gotta be this one, right? Like, just ridiculous amounts of damage. Especially this early on. That's just like so much. I don't have. Oh god, I don't have AOE for these guys. Well, okay, I can do this. So let's discard a strike. We will sneaky strike this guy, I guess. And then we will eviscerate this guy. Cool, so now I only have to deal with two of them. And they're going to be alternating between doing like disruption and attack, so I should be able to fully block them each turn. Or at least mostly block them. Well, I guess I'll just play my hand. Remove artifact from them so that in the future they'll be able to be weakened. I mean, let's see, 9 damage times 3, that's 27 damage. Not quite enough to take this guy down. So, yeah, I'll draw back into it eventually. So let's see, I could do one, and then I have two left. I mean, I'll be able to play. Yeah, I mean this. Oh wait, I can discard the days. Never mind, I can play all of these. Sadly, it'll be slightly inefficient, but that's fine. Let's see. Do I just take the? I could just eat the 9 damage and deal 27. Alternatively, I could take no damage here. I think I want to play it safe. As the silent, I can't really afford to take that many stray hits. Well. If I draw back into Eviscerate, I will, like, they just die, so that's nice. But it appears that is not the case. Well, I can weaken them, I can gain block, so that's good. And so I'll tank all the damage here, so that's nice. Cool. Eviscerate, there we go. If I've gold the specimen, whenever an enemy dies, transferring poison. Ooh, that's a really. Do I go? I'm already pretty. I'm not that deep into discard. I've only picked up 2 cards for it yet, so far. I could maybe switch into poison, because that's a pretty useful thing, I think. Deal 50 damage next turn, draw 2 additional cards. That's pretty nifty. Drawing extra cards that I could potentially discard seems pretty nice. Who do I want to upgrade? 2 energy, do 20 damage. That could be pretty slick. 0 energy, deal 16 is pretty good too, though, not gonna lie. But this one's unconditional for what it's worth. I think I need to upgrade Survivor, actually. I think I need the defense from it. Yeah. Because I don't have that much. Like, it's my only non-basic armor card. Mummified Hand. Whenever you play a power card, add a random card in your hand that costs 0 that turn. Ooh. I don't know how often I'll run into powers as the Silent. But we'll see. I don't want to have to fight Gremlin Knob because I think I just die to it, but... Oh, hi Index, welcome! You feel as though you've been here before. You said that last time, if I remember correctly, yes? Now I'm getting deja vu about your message about deja vu. Oh, hi Mark, yeah, exactly. Well, let's see. I don't have any discard in this hand. But I can just smack him for some damage here. Got some extra card draw next turn. Oh, I will never escape. Okay, yeah. You feel as though you've been here before. That is a quote from this game, if I remember correctly. I think there's one of the events that does that, yeah? Right. Oh, that's like the ultimate backseat move, trying to click on the cards on screen to do it. Uh, right, yeah. Wait, this is just a lot of damage. Hold on. Bonk, bonk, bonk. You know, as the silent, I'm always terrified of Gremlin Knob, just because, like, of the anti-skill thing. You're just Pavlov. Look, if someone, if you're like, if you're sitting in the passenger seat or whatever, and you're slamming your foot on the floor to try to hit the brakes, that's backseating, right? Like, that's backseat driving, or I guess side seat driving. Uh, so one could say that if you're like trying to click on the screen, that's backseating in a way that's just not dangerous to the like actual streamer. I need discard outlets, so we're gonna go. Oh, but I have the getting 3 thorns would be pretty useful, and also just because I have mummified hand. But I really need discard like effects in this deck. I'm just gonna go question marks. I think like I could upgrade another card, but actually, what does upgraded backpack do? Upgrade prepared. Draw 2, discard 2. That's good, but I think I'll just do that at the later campfire. Listen here, you sassy little shit. Yeah, no. Yeah, what about it? Before you lies an elaborate shrine to a forgotten spirit. Transform. Do I get to choose the card that's transformed here? Like, this is a moment where I actually do. I do need some backseat assistance. Do I get to pick the card, or is it just going to take something random in my deck? I think this will let me pick it. Because like normally, I think if it was random, it would say a random card. Do I just say fuck it and pick it up and like take this either way? Because if I can transform a strike, then that's pretty sick. Okay, you pick the card. Okay, yeah. Goodbye, strike. Oh, you know what? Okay, I just turned the strike into 0 energy. Nice. We take those. I always pick question marks whenever I have the option, like instead of actual encounters. I don't know if that's a good thing. I just like having the. Okay, it ended up being a random encounter anyway, but uh, hmm. Like how every class is its own thing. Yeah. It's so fun. I love this game. Uh, like every class has its own like special synergies and stuff going on. Let's see. Man, bonk 15. Yeah, and I love with the warrior even more than just big damage, big tank. It's also like it's not how do I put it, like dealing like getting benefit out of things that normally hurt yourself. Yeah, my favorite class I think is probably the Watcher, just because I love doing ridiculous like explosive combos and stuff like that. Uh, Cost 1 additional for each time you lose HP. Oh, I don't think I'm defensive enough to do that. I think I need the defensive stuff from dodge and roll. I already have a lot of offensive stuff. So this should be the like. Oh, okay, it's these guys again. Yo, 4 energy this turn. Let's go. Well, let's draw 1, discard a strike, I guess. Actually, I'm gonna be playing Survivor. Yeah, I'll just discard a strike, and then we'll play this to discard a defend. Then we'll play. Wait, do I just? Wait, this is 27 plus 15, which is math. I can do math 42. Oh, so I can just. Yeah, okay. Nice. Yeah, monkey mode. Yeah. I made a like tabletop sim card game that is very much inspired by this game, but it's like the premise for it is Slay the Spire meets team fight tactics, I guess, but it's more like actually yeah, it's not even like an auto battle. It's just more that like a battle royale version of this where it's like you're like all the players are drafting decks and then going against each other as they're drafting their decks. Uh let's see. I guess I'll take out the next highest health person. I can't discard anything this turn, so Sneaky Strike's not going to get me back anything. Artifact's going to block that, but it's free damage anyway. Just do this. But yeah, like one of the things I enjoyed about working on that like game is that like try and make sure each class has its own identity, and can do cool things. By dazed. I should have done the draw first. Well, I am very much over defending on this, but alas. About to have extra energy here as well, I think. Yep. Well, I won't be able to double up. I could just deal, was this 27 damage? Yeah, let's just do that. I want to do Predator and then, yeah. I don't need to defend, and I'll take the extra card draw next turn. Block this. Slay, strike. Take the extra defense for next turn. As I just get more and more dazes built up. I could just kill them, but I'm gonna be fancy about it. Bottled Lightning. Upon pickup, choose a skill. Start each combat with this card in your hand. Ooh. I could just start with Prepared. That just seems like pretty useful. I should have. I didn't realize that that it was gonna be picking from one in my deck. I should have drafted my card first. At 3 shivs. Nope. All enemies lose 6 strength this turn. Exhaust. That could be useful. Or I could just get a second Sneaky Strike. I don't think I want a second Sneaky Strike yet until I have more discard outlets. Because right now I've only got 2 cards that can discard cards. I guess I'm guaranteed to start with one of them in my hand now, but like, I want to take cards that are good for me now rather than cards that can be good for me later. Ooh, a very important decision here. I don't know which one I should pick. Are you feeling left or right? Or do I just flip a coin? I don't know. It's a very important decision. It could be I could die behind one of these, or it could just be like a single louse. Fuck it, we're going right. Well, I am going to play this. Ooh, hey, I got the Sneaky Strike. Get rid of one of my defenses. I want to take out this guy because they're obnoxious. The Dexterity Potion is going to be really useful at some point, I think. 15 plus. Oh, I don't quite KO if I do that. I might just do the Eviscerate here. Yeah. Well, let's draw one, discard. I guess it's dodge roll. Neutralize. Strike. Whale survivor, I guess. Well, this is a very simple turn. I think that's like, is that all the strike? No, it's not quite all the strikes in defense. Well, bonk. Piercing wheel, flying knee, backflip. Flying knee is just nice as an upgrade strike that does some, like, gets me back energy the next turn. Especially since I have some like card draw stuff going on. That said, more card draw might be better, actually. I can never resist card draw. If I'm in a discard deck, I'm gonna need to draw cards so that I can have cards in my hand to discard, right? Like, I think I gotta upgrade prepared, but let's take a look at the other stuff I can do. That's actually pretty good. I think I do just want to do this though, get myself more card selection. Alright, Hexaghost. What do you got for me? Well, prepare. Silent. Oh, that's right. They're thinking emoji until I do something, right? Oh, it's like the first turn. Oh, right, because they have to summon their goons. Okay. What if I just draw 2 more cards? And I don't want to play this because that'll get rid of it for the rest of combat. I should have drawn earlier, I think, in the turn, so I could know about that predator. Right, that's what they do. Weakened. Survivor. Dodge roll. And I can't eviscerate this turn, but that's fine. I'm blocking all but 5 of the damage. Yeah, that's fine. Oh no, it's not 5. It's 10. Yeah. Big slice. Defense. Defend. Very much over blocking this. But the burn, no. Extra energy this turn, nice. Let's draw and discard. I don't think I want a piercing whale this turn either. Oh, I have to discard 2, that's right. We'll do that. We'll get that, we'll get that, we'll get that, and we'll get that. I think I'm gonna apply the weak potion now, because this guy does a lot of multi-attacks. And just big stuff. Let's see. How many cards can I discard with this hand? Currently none. If I draw into something with this, then maybe I can. Nope. Okay. Strike. Right. Do I want to get the extra block next turn? I think I'm just gonna take the damage now. That's right, they're charging up towards something here. I forget what it is, though, and that seems important to know. Let's discard Piercing Whale and defend. I can play this. Card draw next turn. Okay, building up strength. It's scary, but oh well. And I keep on drawing these eviscerates with no actual damage behind it. What if I just... I'm gonna use this and just make the biggest eviscerate that I can. Uh, and then defend some of this. Prepared, discard this, and dodge roll, I guess. Neutralize, backflip, I guess. I'll take the 1 damage. Get the extra card draw next turn. Okay. Prepared, be able to discard some cards. I'm gonna try to go for the kill this turn, I think. Wait, can I? Let's see, 27 plus 12, so that's 39. 45. Because let's see, I'll have. This will cost 1, so this will be 1, 2, 3, and then I'll get back 2. So I can play all of these cards. So I can do 27 plus 6, so that's 33. Makes it 45, 60, which isn't quite enough. That is unfortunate, but I can tank 24 damage. So let's do bonk, bonk, bonk. Oh, never mind, I did math wrong. Oh, they're vulnerable. They were vulnerable still. Okay. I totally forgot that they still had the vulnerable effect on. Start your turn, draw 1 card, then disc. Oh, that's actually perfect. Does this upgrade into innate? No, it just upgrades to 0 cost. I think I'd still take this, though. That's really, really, really good. Especially because I have the power synergy thing. Gain 1. All enemies start combat with 1 additional strength. Please drop an additional relic. Start of your turn, draw an additional card. I think I gotta take the energy relic here, right? Like, it's just too good. I would love Ring of the Serpent, though. Just the extra card draw, just every turn. But I think I gotta do Philosopher's Stone. Like, extra energy all the time is just way too good. Oh god, what's that? Which boss is this? It's been so long since I played. I guess I'll find out. So where are we gonna go? I want to hit up at least 1 shop along the way, but I also want to hit at least like 2 elites, I think. And I don't know if I can do both of those things. I guess if I go on the far right path here, I can do both. I just don't get any question marks along the way, and I have to fight a whole lot of enemies. Oh, never mind, I can do middle path. Okay, that's fine. We'll just do it this way. What do we got? Well, I'm playing this right away. No question about that. Oh, the flower let me have extra stuff at the start turn. Let's discard a defend and a strike. We will neutralize one of these guys and then strike him, and then I can just do all this, that's right, because I don't have to discard if I play it as the last thing in the turn. No, my gold! I need that. Let's see, what do I want to get rid of? I guess just a strike. Backflip. Some cards. I mean, I can just KO this guy, I guess. block some of the damage, or block all of it, I guess. Hand it over. Let's see, what are we getting rid of? Just general strike. I should have gotten rid of piercing wail, actually. Bonk, 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 and I guess dodge roll. They're gonna try to run away the next turn, I think. Yeah. Well, luckily I draw my entire deck, basically, so... let's discard, Survivor, and it's defense. So, Sneaky Strike, Eviscerate. Yeah, okay, I had damage out the ass that turn. Got my gold back. Swift Potion's really, really good. Deal 6 damage for each skill in your hand. How many skills do I have? About half my deck is skills. I don't think it doesn't directly synergize with my deck. Like, none of these are direct synergies for me, so I think I just don't do any of them. Like, the only thing I can think of is maybe Predator, but I don't think I want more copies of it. So I think I just skip this. In an abandoned temple, you find a giant book open, riddled with cryptic writings. Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. Hold on, it's too real. It's... Okay, let's see what this... Alright, we found Chatrithel again, guys, and this time he's not trying to stab me. As you try to interpret the elaborate script, it begins to shift and morph into writing you're familiar with. Yeah, no, this is pretty damn accurate, huh? Yeah, I want to read it. Odd, the book seems to be about an ancient named Now. Meow. This piques your interest, but you have a general feeling of malaise. Well, hey, that's the whale dude that we met at the start of the game, right? I'm gonna pick up the lore. The Ancient of Resurrection, Meow, was exiled to the bottom of the spire. You feel compelled to read more, but your body begins to ache. I'll have you know, I did not lose health as I read Chatrithel for the first time. But, yeah. Seeking vengeance, Meow blesses outsiders, using them for her own purposes. You're beginning to start to feel very weak and tired. Something about this tome, or this spire, doesn't want me to read this book. Those resurrected by Meow remember only fragments of their past selves, cursed to fight for eternity. As you near the final page, your old wounds begin to reopen. Yeah, I want the book. Nilri's Codex. Who is Nilri? At the end of your turn, you may shuffle one of 3 random cards into your draw pile. I'm glad that's a May ability, because I might not want to do that all the time. Upon finishing the tome, you decide to take it with you. With proof in your hand, will you retain your memories? Probably not. But we'll see. God, that's so many cards at the start of the game. Rules of the trade. Oh, that's right. Because of the fucking mummified hand, I just get to get a free card. So let's backflip. Let's prepared. We'll get rid of defend and survivor here. Sneaky strike. Neutralize. They have so much defense that it doesn't really... Actually, I forget how they're... Oh, right. Block is not removed at the start of the turn, but something... Yeah, so... I do need to wear it down. What do I add? Weak, gain power, or gain energy, or discard all non-attack card. Ooh. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. We're gonna do that one. Is that permanent? No. Okay, good. Let's get rid of... Wait, I could do a lot of... Hold on. I think this is actually kind of gross. Will I be able to discard... I'll only be discarding 2 cards, but I have 4 energy, so I think this works. Hold on. So, I think if I do... Bonk. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's right, because I didn't count the discard from the start of my turn. If this card is discarded from hand, gain energy. That's really good. Yeah, we're just doing that. God, I have 5 energy this turn. This is disgusting. Backflip. Prepared. Let's get Tactician, and they're all just ritualing this turn, so I don't need defense. Tools of the trade. We'll neutralize the. We'll just start killing the weakest one. Sorry, did I say start killing? I meant totally kill. Holy shit. And I still had an energy to spare. Okay. Oh, right. This is just going to be for the rest of the game now that I do this. Okay. I don't think I want any of these. The vulnerable is kind of nice. We'll take that. I draw so many cards that I'll get through it eventually. Kaka! What am I discarding? Let's get rid of this. Alright, yeah, very vulnerable. Gain some block, we'll discard a defend. We'll do a sneaky strike on you. And I'm not taking any damage this turn, so. Bullet time. Funny, but I don't think that's very useful in this case. Right? Surely. No, I don't think it's useful on this right now. I don't really like any of these because I don't play that many attacks per turn, do I? I think I just skip. I love this book though. The codex, that's super fun. Let's discard a strike. Slice. That one. Strike, that's a KO. Bonk, block. Die, die, die! Oh my god. I mean, nah. That's one energy deal fit 13 though. I feel like that's just useful. Let's discard. Oh, Tactician, yep. Backflip. I mean, I'm being fancy here, but I don't need to be. Okay, that's a hell of an animation. Let's add a new card. Dagger throw, that's really good. What's the unupgraded version of that? I guess I can't tell. At the end of turn, retain up to 2 cards. Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. Deal 12 damage, draw 1, discard. I do like this. Let's see. I just can't get over how many cards I start each turn with. Alright, well, let's discard a oh god, that thing. Oh, right, this is the one where, like, as you attack, it changes what it's doing, right? No, that's a different one. I'm gonna want to gain some amount of block. Maybe I'll just do Piercing Wail this turn. Yeah, I think I'll just do that. So let's do... I need to make sure that I'm able to get all the attacks I want to do. So we'll do Sneaky Strike, Eviscerate, Predator, Slice, Neutralize, and Piercing Wail. Nice, okay. Whenever you play a card, gain 1 block. Oh, actually, I wanted this card anyway, but also this one seems disgusting for me. Because I play so many cards in a turn. Yeah, let's do tools of the trade and free after image. Survivor to get rid of strike. Dodge roll, defend, strike. Enemy loses X strength, apply X weak, exhaust. Ooh. That's just permanent, isn't it? Right? Like, because the one that I have that reduces strength is, yeah, that says this turn. This is just permanent. Yeah, I think it's got to be this. And this next turn, I'm gonna have 5 energy. Actually, it's 6 energy. Yeah, I'm just gonna. Sorry, you don't have strength anymore. Uh, draw a card. If you draw a skill, gain 3 block. Maybe play a card, deal 1 damage to all enemies. I mean, the powers turn cards into 0 cost for me, so that's just nice to have. We will discard. Defend, I guess. Yeah, because they're not doing any damage anymore. We will do backflip first. Then we will do. Ooh, hold on. Sneaky strike. Then 1,000 cuts, hoping. Actually, here's what we do. Slice. I can't guarantee that it'll hit eviscerate. But wait, does eviscerate just kill? No, I'm weakened. Wait, that's still 6 damage 3 times. That's 20. No, not 20. 18 damage. Yeah, that's not gonna kill. So I'm just gonna do this. Okay, land on predator. That's fine. I'll just do this. Yeah. Cool. Unload. Yeah. So weak now. What's it gonna do? Is this an elite? No, it is just normal. I will discard. Well, I think I just kill it this turn, so maybe just try to block. Draw some extra stuff, discard, strike, and yeah, those strikes, I think. Oh, that's right. Playing cards just like, hold on. Draw a card, discard a card. Yep. And then, can I deal? Yeah. Flying knee. Nope. Ooh. It's kind of gross. I don't know how useful it'll be for me because I feel like once I empty my hand, I tend to be out of energy. Endless Agony is interesting, but I think it'd have to be a build around. I don't think I can take it this late. Draw until I have 7. Do I want that? Yeah, I think I'll. Yeah, we'll do it. Fuck it. Delete. Oh no, the book is stabbing me now. Oh, we're back. Old friend. I will discard this strike and this other strike because I have too many strikes. And then we will draw and discard this another strike. I think I play the Piercing Wail this turn. So I can get rid of one of my blocks. Bonk. Strike. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Ooh, I could get second tools of the trade. Fuck it, why not? More tools, more trading. Let's get rid of. slice, I guess. God, how do I do this? I guess I just take the backflip cards first. Discard one of my... I don't think I'm playing this Predator this turn. I can draw 5 cards here, which will get me... I don't have anything to discard with anymore because I just threw it away, I think. So I don't think I want to do that. Well, I could draw into something that lets me discard. Let's see what happens. Sadly, no. Unless I draw into a prepared. Nah, alright. That was greedy. Greedy. Oh well. I still block everything, but... yes. I don't quite get to double up my tools. Discard this slice. Draw 2, discard reflex, and I want the neutralize. I'll discard the... I get rid of dagger throw, I guess. And then play this, we play this. Guess I discard the strike. Predator defense. There we go. Yeah, leg sweep seems useful in this combat just because the book do be stabbing though. So far I've blocked all of the damage that this thing would be doing, which is actually kind of crazy. That's disgusting. Oh my god, I have... How many cards is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Yeah, I almost have a full hand, which... Actually, I will have a full hand here. Oh, I need to discard a second, so let's get rid of strike. God, what do I do with all this energy? Let's apply a weak. Let's get this free slice in here. This block. This block. Let's draw cards again. I don't think I'll draw into anything that lets me get the energy back for this, right? No, but I could draw into Eviscerate, and that would be gross. Aw, sad. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they're weakened for a little bit, so that's useful. Actually, I'm guaranteed to draw that next turn because I draw so many cards. And there's only 5 cards in my deck anyway. Tactician. Cool. Bunk. Backflip. Eviscerate. Yep, there we go. I never got to play the second tools. Okay, yeah, no, that's gross. I'll have to pay attention to that, but that's gross. Gaining intangible is probably better than gaining dexterity. Nope. Let's get as many elites as we can. Before you lies an elaborate shrine to Forgotten Spirit. Yes, let me remove. I'm getting rid of a lot of strikes whenever I pick them up, or whenever I run into them, so let's just get rid of it. As you kneel in reverence, you feel a weight lift off your shoulders. Nice. That's the second time I've been able to do that this run, actually. I had the cleric guy. Let's see. Bunk. Discard this, and this, I guess. Weaken the big guy. The guy in the back is the one that I think I need to be scared of. Let's draw a bunch of cards. Slice this guy. Well, I don't have to be scared of them anyway. Well, oh, okay, I do technically. That's unfortunate. I think I just take the intangible this turn, actually. Is that crazy if I use it here? I think I do it. Yeah, I think I take this. Dude, if I can double up and eviscerate with pen nib, that would be crazy. I get the extra energy from flower. Well, let's see. Tools of the trade. I guess I'll do it like this. Waste some damage, but still. We do sneaky strike. We do defense. Piercing whale, survivor. I have so much excess energy here. I could use the draw potion. But I'm not in danger, so I'm just gonna let it happen. Sure, we'll take an extra sneaky strike. What did I exhaust? Oh, piercing whale, right. Discard tactician. Draw 2, discard 2. Let's get rid of I feel like I'm gonna use all my energy this turn. So we'll get rid of these two. Sneaky strike this guy, predator this guy, dodge roll, eviscerate. Yeah, okay. Pen nib's ready to activate. That's good. Yeah, alright, I just tank the damage. I'm just gonna take 0 energy, deal 11. Let's see. I will discard this wound. Yeah. I want to see if I can draw into eviscerate. Sadly, does not seem like it. What's the most damage I can do? This. Tactician, cool. Max ab, slice, neutralize. Defend, survivor. So close. Doesn't matter, I'll just pass. Yeah, this game's really fun. I love roguelikes. I love deck builders. Like, deck builders are probably my favorite genre of card game if I had to pick one. Like, I love constructed collectible card game stuff like Magic and Legend of Terra, stuff like that. But deck builders are just so much fun. One vulnerable to all enemies, that's nice. That's really good. Do I take an extra prepared or do I take an extra dagger throw? How am I doing for damage in my deck? Because most of it's coming through eviscerate. I think I do want an extra dagger throw because I have like 3 major attacks that I'm doing, pretty much. So yeah, I think I have enough card draw and card selection now where I can just take that. The boot. Ooh, okay. If I was playing a Shiv deck, that would be fucking very useful. I want to get the shop, so we'll go right here. Snecko! Oh my god, I love Snecko. I love Snecko I, more specifically. Let's do draw 2, discard 2. Don't need defense this turn. Draw more. Deal 1, draw, discard. Slice. Predator. Eviscerate. Oh my god, Snecko is almost already dead. Sure, we'll take extra sneaky strike. Yes, Snecko Eye. I mean, Snecko Eye is probably really bad for me given how much of my stuff is already cheap. But yeah. Oh wait, wait, hold on. This is actually wait, this is stupid. Hold on. Uh, let's go with we'll take that. Let's just gain some free energy. Oh, they're already dead. Shit. Oh, sad. Oh, pen nib. Okay, yeah. God, I I was about to have like 8 energy that turn. Add 3 shivs. No, I don't think I want that. Uh, next skill is played twice. Interesting. What skills would I want to double up? Prepare to be a nifty one. That's pretty much the only one I would care about doubling. Maybe piercing whale, but dodge roll. No, I think I'd skip that. Shop. Upgrade 2 random attacks. When you play 10 cards, draw a card. That's actually pretty good. Cards with exhaust and set discard 50% of the time. Nice. Shiv, power, poison, weak. Play the top card, draw pile at random. Uh-oh. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna remove a block from my deck. Or do I just remove another strike? Because I'm playing these defenses sometimes. I don't think I'm playing the strikes. Yeah, let's remove another strike. And then we'll upgrade. I have 320 left. That's not enough to buy both of these. I can buy both of these if I want to. But I'm not playing really any exhaust cards. What attacks do I have in my deck that could be upgraded? Predator, Sneaky Strike, Dagger Throw. Sure, I'll take the extra damage. What? Wait, what I upgrade? The oh shiv or the slice and dagger throw. Okay, cool. Oh no, predator and slice. Okay, yeah, yeah. God, mayhem's funny, but I don't know if I should take it. I feel like my deck has a lot of things that require like order. Uh, but it would be funny, right? Like, I'm on floor 2 right now, aren't I? So I think I just take the. I think I just save money for next shop. I want to get 2 campfires. I want to upgrade more cards. Plant boy. Sorry, shelled parasite. Very much not a plant. It's just that's a shell. Okay. Uh. Well. There's a lot of cards in hand. I'll get rid of my defense and other defense, I guess. We will do a dagger throw. God, that's so much damage. Okay. Um. Oh, that was that pen. No, that wasn't pen nib. Oh, that's right. They start with vulnerable. Uh. Oh wait, they start with vulnerable. Hold on. Uh. Discard this. So here's what we're gonna do. Uh. Oh, I can wait. I can naturally just play these all. Yeah, because of the thing. Yeah. God, that's so much damage on turn 1. Uh. Sure. Why not? That's funny. Oh, that's right. They gain health back sometimes. Uh. Discard the defense. I think I'm just killing them this turn. Bonk. Uh. Bonk. 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 My second attack next combat will be doubled, so that's nice. I think I skipped this. Hmm. Making this cost 0 actually could be very nice for opening up my turns. Also because it discounts other stuff. Yeah, because of the mummified hand. I think I just do that. I'm gonna go left. Oh, it's an encounter. I was hoping I could save up this charge for the next fight. We'll do this, and we'll get rid of my defenses, maybe? I'm gonna see if I can kill this thing turn 1. And if not, oops. If not, I'll just Piercing Wail. I would love to. Yo, Eviscerate? Hold on, wait. I think we might have it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, crazy. Game 5 max HP. Would I rather have that than Liquid Memories or Speed Potion? I don't think it's that important. Do I take the just free block? I think I do. Now, I'm at pretty low health. This would heal me up to, what, 70? What do I want to upgrade in my deck otherwise? Tactician, maybe? Sneaky Strike? Piercing Wheel upgrade to, yeah, okay. I don't think I need the... I think I want the rest just in case. I don't want to die here for dumb reasons. Now, what is this? Oh, it's this fucker. Okay, the Bronze Automaton. Yeah, this guy will be pretty difficult for me because I don't have any AoE really in my deck. But let's get started. We'll get rid of my defensive cards here. Yeah, and then neutralize, start whittling away at that. Backflip. Dagger throw, I'll discard this. Sneaky strike. Expertise. I wish I had a way to discard this. What if I just go all in this turn, right? Like use the potions and stuff? I'm gonna do it. Dagger throw. We will discard Tactician. Eviscerate is doubled up. Tools of the Trade is free. Defense free, I guess. I'll take that. Deflect. Predator. Yeah, okay, that's pretty good. We almost halved their HP at the very start. What if I play the Eviscerate again with Liquid Memories? Would that be fun? That could be funny. Or I could play Predator again, hold on, and then draw 4 extra cards next turn. Both of these are kind of funny. I think I'll hold on to it. God, that could be good, but it costs 2 energy. I don't know how much I'll be able to do with that. Phantasmal Killer is pretty sick for, like... Oh, yeah, I guess I'm taking it. If I can set it up with stuff. Yeah, the fucking minions. I might just ignore the minions. Like, and just burst down the leader. Let's get rid of normal defend. Prepared. We'll get rid of expertise and dagger throw, I guess. Let's do this. I think I take the... do I take the dexterity potion this turn? We got rid of all their artifact stuff, so that's nice. Yeah, let's do that. It's not that much damage that they're dealing. I can block 9 of the 16. Screw it. What was take? Ooh, wait. Oh my god. I don't have a way to discard that right now. No. Sad. Dodge roll, Phantasmal Killer. Let's see if I can do a crazy turn next turn. Yeah. Skip. Oh, they stole my cards. Wait, which one did that one steal? Predator plus, and the other one was Expertise plus? Okay, that's fine. Deflect can go away. Because all my damage is doubled this turn, which is gross. Yeah, we can get rid of this stuff. 24. Oh. I'll get rid of the strike, I guess. Get rid of the defense. We will neutralize. We will eviscerate, and then... Okay, so here's the idea. I'm going to eviscerate, and then I'm going to do it again. Liquid Memories, drink, get the eviscerate back. Let's go! I didn't even have to touch the minions, it worked out. Was that like... Was that turn 3? I think that was turn 2 or 3. Ooh, this is just good. Like, this is, like, less than... Like, this is better than free in my deck, basically. Like, there's no opportunity cost from drawing it. Oh god, that would be interesting, but I think I would overdraw so many cards like that. I can no longer smith at rest sites. Ooh, that would be really awkward. I would like to be able to upgrade cards in the future. Let's take the random relics. Yep, unplayable. That's fine, I can just discard it. Whenever you're resting, may add a card. Sure. Kunai, that's actually gross. Sure, okay, yeah, no, that was a good call. I'm glad I did that. Ooh, Donut and D8 guy. Let's go. Where are we going? I want to pick up as many elites as possible. And probably some, like, a shop as well. So right now this left side is looking pretty good. I'll only get the one campfire if I go, like, this route. I think I might end up skipping an elite to go this way. But we'll do this. All these little shadow boys. Oh, I have to kill all these on the same turn. Ugh. Prepared. Let's discard Tactician and a Defend. Let's play this Adrenaline, I guess. We will play Bonk, draw a card, discard a card, Sneaky Strike. Oh, that's right, they're all vulnerable this turn. I always forget that. Draw 2, slice this guy, and then dodge roll, deflect, defend, survivor. Okay. I don't know if I'll be able to block that guy. This is good. This is as good as turn as any to Piercing Whale, I think. I guess I'll dagger throw first just to check what's in the box. We'll pick this guy, I guess. I think I have to do it this for now. I need the rest of these cards. I should have gotten rid of Eviscerate because I'm not playing it this turn, probably. Or actually, am I? We'll do this. Yeah, okay. Discard your hand, then draw that many cards. Ooh. I don't know if I like that. I do like this, though. Alright, let's see. Dagger throw this guy. Discard Tactician. Survivor to discard Reflex so I can draw. Prepared so I can discard this Strike and this Weaken, I guess. Oh, hello, Ghostuto. Welcome. Yeah, we do be slaying a spire right now. I love the duck wave emote. That's so good. Let's see. I guess I'll play Tools of the Trade. We will get back some energy by attacking here and attacking here, and I'll knock out this one, and then next turn I'll have to try and kill that one. I'm doing well. How about yourself? I saw you hit 300 followers recently, so congratulations. I'll take the free card draw. Oh god, this hand is just defends, and I do not need defends right now. Let's attack this, discard this. This might work. Hold on. Deflect, deflect. Expertise to draw a new hand. Draw a card with this. Yeah, okay, we found a way. I don't know how we did it, but we found a way to find lethal this turn. Omega lethal too. Holy hell. Okay. Do I want more block cards? I think I'm probably fine. Prepared. We will discard 2 defense, I guess. Oh my god, I have so much stuff to do this turn, holy hell. I think I just kill it turn 1, hold on. This is disgusting. Why am I allowed to do that? Oh my god. Okay, Dagger Throw Plus? Sure, that's just like really good card in my deck. What do we got here? Navigating through the beyond, you discover a glowing tesseract spinning and shifting gently in the air. You touch it. A sharp pain flows through you, followed by vivid flashes of a distant memory. Whose memories are these? Colorless cards tend to be pretty good. I like how small my deck is right now and how focused it is, but it could be pretty funny to have some more colorless stuff in here. What's my routing look like? Because I'm going to be doing a lot of elites in a row, I think. Yeah. I don't know if I can afford to lose that much health. I think I'm just going to take the 1. Oh, I get to choose them. Okay, at least it's not random. Shuffle your discard pile into your draw pile, draw 1 card. That's actually pretty good. Enemy loses 9 strength this turn, exhaust. Apply 2 vulnerable. Ooh. I think I like the vulnerable one the most. Yeah, I just want to be able to nuke something down. Confusion. Objective, balance must be enforced. Define, balance, error, balance not found. Define, balance, error, balance not found. Warning, large object approaching. I am meow. Interesting. Yo, what's up, Flare? We are in our first run of the day, and what might be the final run of the day, who knows, because this one's going very well so far. I'm playing the Silent with this sort of discard deck going on. Let's see what we got. Start of each combat, choose one of 3 random colors cards and add to your hand. Normal combats, ooh, I like that. Enemies in elite things have that much less health. That's could be really good, actually. Shuffle 3 random attacks to your draw pile. Is next turn, draw X cards and gain X energy. Nah. Yeah, how's your day been, Flare? What have you been up to? I think I want to remove a card first before I do anything else. Let's get rid of one of my defends, I think. I've almost removed all of my like basic cards. Let's see, how many elites can I? Because if they're reduced in health, I might just do all 3 of them. It's a bit late for it though, because it would only affect 2 or 3 of them. How many question mark things would I be encountering? 1, 2, maybe? 2, maybe 3. Oh, nice. You're drawing? Yeah, what are you drawing? If you're able to tell. If it's like secret, then that's fine, obviously, or if it's like a commission or something, but yeah, no, absolutely feel free to just have me like lurking in the background if you need some background noise. If my voice is background noise worthy to you, then that is a high compliment. Let's see, because I do that same thing all the time. I just put on like videos or streams and stuff like that. Well, I have difficulty putting on streams in the background because I tend to be a very active chatter. Like I love joining in the conversation, stuff like that. But yeah. Oh, nice. I have to check out your design at some point. I haven't seen your character, assuming it's a character, unless you're drawing like your actual self. Oh my gosh, thank you. I used to be really bad about like not liking my voice, but then I got better at like handling it in like, because just listening to myself a lot. I'm still not good at liking my singing voice in recordings, but like I can listen to myself talk now if I want to look back through VODs and stuff. Oh, okay, I guess we're falling now. As you head upwards, hopping from one floating shape to another, you slip and you begin to fall. Uh-oh. Oh, I have to get rid of all my cards? Oh shit, okay. While in free fall, you consider your options. Land safely with your greatest techniques, channel power to survive the fall, strike the wall to hang on to it. I can't lose this card because it's like the best card in my deck. Don't do any VTubing stuff or anything. I just draw a cartoon version of myself for fun. Yeah, I used to do that like a bunch. When I was like, especially when I was first learning drawing, I would try to draw myself and family members in like this really, really not great like style. That like I found this like little guide of like how to draw people really quickly in like a sort of caricature style. And I'm glad I did that because it got me into drawing enough where I was like, oh, hey, yeah, that does look pretty decent. Like, and then that kind of got me into like trying more stuff. But wow, it does not look good nowadays looking back. The only one, how many dagger throws do I have? Because I like that card, but I want to keep it. But I also like the vulnerable thing. So how many dagger throws do I have? I have 3. I can afford to lose one of them. You're able to latch onto the wall and manage to make a short hop onto another stable platform. Imagine if that got me to discard a strike or something. That would be so nice. Oh, a giant head. Let's go. Oh, oopsie. I did not look at my options. I was just clicking. Pen nib is active. So that's nice to know. Hold on. Wait a minute. Vulnerable. Preparations. Tactician. And piercing whale. Big damage. 32 damage 3 times. Big damage. Slice. Neutralize. Predator. Flash of Steel. Expertise. Oh my god, I have a new hand. Okay. Tools of the trade. Adrenaline. Deflect. Defense. Dagger throw. And dagger throw. This other character looks pretty cool. I like the skull mask thingy. Yeah, they're called the Silent, and well, they are very silent. I think one of the enemies that you can encounter, and we might actually run into it, it looks like it has this skull, and it has kind of like a parallel to this character. I think it's called Nemesis, so it might be some cool lore stuff going on between the two of them. But yeah, I love this character's design. I'm a huge fan of like rogue style thing, like rogues, assassins, stuff like that. Maybe it's why I'm such a big fan of roguelikes. Haha. Um, let's see. Paired. Let's get rid of strike and dodge roll. Do a sneaky strike. Oh, I can line this up that something strong happens on the. Let's see. Neutralize. So this next one's doubled up. I'm gonna backflip in case I can draw into something good. Nah, okay. Unload. Draw a card. Slice, and I don't want to do this yet. Doppelganger, acrobat. Ooh, acrobatics. Yep, that's really good. At first, when you were saying that the character looks really cool, I thought you were talking about the giant head, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of nifty. I don't really see like the major appeal to it, but like, yeah, you do you, I guess. But then I realize you're talking about the Silent, and I'm like, oh, that makes way more sense. Oh god, how much do I want to deal this turn? I don't think I have the energy cards to be able to utilize expertise this turn. Let's get vulnerable here. Let's do deflect. Eviscerate. I actually could have gotten in eviscerate for free. Big head dude is a vibe as well. Yeah, true. Yeah, predator, and then yeah, I could have gotten in an extra 6 damage or so. More tools to trade, nice. 2. God, it's just so many cards every turn. Do I even need to do tools of the trade? I think I just kill them here. Dagger throw. Yeah, no, they're just dead. Bonk. Eternal Feather. For every 5 cards in your deck, heal 3 HP whenever you enter a rest site. It's only gonna be like what, 12 HP, but that's pretty nice. Acrobatics is a really good card actually for this deck, so we'll take that. Oh, I don't have any AoE. Ugh. Let's see. Shuffle 3 random skills into your draw pile, they cost 0. Add X random colors cards into your hand, they cost 0 this turn. Is there anything bad that could happen from Mayhem happening? I don't think so, other than casting like Piercing Whale when I don't want it to. I do like the random skills though. That can be funny. Let's prepared, Curse of the Bell, and strike. Let's do adrenaline. We can get some chrysalis in here. Okay, nice. Those are all pretty good. Let's get a sneaky strike. I want to kill the spikers as soon as possible because they have thorn effects. So, uh, dagger throw. Let's get rid of one of these defends. Tools of the trade. Oh, my attack here is doubled. Let's do this guy. Bonk. Extra damage. Get rid of this one here. And dodge roll. I should have played dodge roll earlier in the turn so that I wouldn't have taken all that spikes damage. Ooh, I think I just skipped this one. I have this artifact that lets me add a card to my deck every turn, but only for this combat. So that's fun. I got it after reading through some sort of cursed sentient-ish book, which, uh-oh. Let's see. How many cards do I have in hand? Yeah, no, I have enough to, that's fine. Dazed. Let's throw this back. Draw some more cards. Next turn, double my attack damage. Don't mind if I do. Adrenaline, sure. Slice. I should have done this in another order. Oops. Blade Dance. Shiv. Deflect. Defend. Eviscerate this guy, I guess. It won't kill, but now they're both down low enough. And I'll just get this out of my deck because I don't need it. Yeah, that works. The monster designs in this game are just so good. I don't know what these things are other than there's some kind of like construct, but it looks cool. Actually no, let's discard this one, I guess. This hand is very bad. End turn. My attacks dealt double damage that turn, by the way. I've been forgetting to drink water. That's not good. Okay, good. Wait, hold on. This one. Look how many dazes I have in my hand. Oh, this does 14 damage total. Well, that's fine. I thought it was to all enemies for some reason. But there goes all my dazes. Okay, there we go. This is just a generically good defensive card. Which I might just need. So screw it, I'm gonna take it. Yeah, here we go. This is the one who has the same sort of skull mask as me. Guess we'll do Madness. Paired. Take Tactician and Deflect will go away. Tools of the Trade on. Madness, I guess. Dagger Throw. Get rid of the dodge roll. Actually, yeah, we'll get rid of the dodge roll. We can trip them. We can do another dagger throw. You haven't drank any water since the morning? Oh my god, go hydrate, my man. Expertise. Okay, at least you're drinking something. That's nice. But water, good. You should drink more water. I'm playing so many cards on this first turn. It is disgusting. I guess I'll discard Curse the Bell. That's so much damage. I dealt 149 damage this turn, and it hasn't even acted yet. I think it turns intangible next turn, actually, so... let's add in... Nothing? Yeah, it's called Nemesis. It has, like, matching cloak, got the skull thingy, or, like, similar skull. Oh, that's what it's doing. Yep, and now it's intangible. So now any damage I deal to it will be reduced to 1. I have so many curses in my hand right now. Uh, so I'm gonna need to defend a lot this turn, basically. Which is good because I've been drawing some defensive cards here. Uh, Piercing Whale seems like it'll be useful. Oh, right. The intangible doesn't do much against me because the boot, which makes it so that anything that would deal 4 or less damage from me deals deals like 5 damage instead. I think I take the block potion now, so I don't eat shit here. Let's get rid of. Let's keep not take any of those. I don't know if this enemy specifically shows up if you're playing the silent or if it shows up for anyone, but yeah, I forget. Well, vulnerable. Dagger throw. Dagger throw. Oh, they're dead. Okay. Anchor. Start each combo with 10 block. Yes, please. I will take that. Uh, this actually could be kind of gross, but I don't think I need it. Now, do I take the third elite combat, or do I go for the extra campsite? I think I go for the extra campsite. Oh, nice. More HP. We take those. So I heal for 12 going in here. Do I want to smith? What do I want to upgrade? Ooh, that's actually pretty good. Tactician might. I think I gotta upgrade Tactician at this point, right? Like. Yeah, I think it's just Tactician. Oh, I can't upgrade the bell? Feels bad. Yeah, that's gonna let me do so much gross stuff on my turns. As if I'm not doing that already. Uh, Jutting from the chaotic terrain around you, a bony sphere surrounds a mysterious glowing object within. While you're curious what lays inside, you notice some sentries keeping an eye on it. Fuck it, we ball. As soon as you strike the sphere, the sentries spring to life around you. What do we want here? Put a skill from your draw pile into your hand. Ooh. Actually, we take this. I don't have that many things that apply debuffs, but strength up at the end of the turn, gain 3 strength. Uh, Aggressive, yeah, okay. Sadistic nature. Prepared. Let's get rid of. I'm probably not playing Piercing Whale this turn. I could, but I don't think I need to. And then we'll get rid of the defense. This attack is doubled. So let's do that. That's so much damage. This almost kills, actually. Hold on. Yep, we'll get rid of that. Okay, this turn's gonna be disgusting. We're going to draw a new hand. Let's apply. Ooh, okay, wait, hold on. If I can draw into, what's it called? Neutralize here, then that'd be huge. You know, this works too, but let's see. This is free, I might as well. Backflip. Tools of the trade. Sneaky strike. Have I run out of... Oh wait, no, this one can draw me a card. There we go. I think I was basically guaranteed to run into it eventually because I'm drawing through like my entire deck. Let's see. Trip. Predator, I think. Dodge roll. Yeah, Predator. Almost cleared the encounter in 1 turn again. Oh no, burns. I almost also drew. That was like I have a 24 card deck. I almost drew through all of it in one turn. Like that's disgusting. This rate. Mango. Oh, more max HP. Nice. Pear and mango. Nice. Swift potion. More sneaky strikes, I guess? Sure. We're gonna go double. We're gonna take the extra campfire, I think. Choose one of 3 random cards to add to your hand. All cards in your hand to 1. That, I think, actually makes some of my cards more expensive somehow. Or, like, it doesn't really do much in this deck. Because, like, look at this. I have, like, 5 cards that ever cost more than 1. So, yeah, Sadistic Nature again. We do that. We play this. We draw some cards. We discard this strike and this defend. We play weaken. We steady strike. We slice. I should have done different order there for pen nib. We discard this. We backflip to draw more cards. We tools of the trade. We dodge roll, and we have 3 extra energy that I can't do anything with this turn. Holy shit. Oh my god, this deck. I love the silent. You just throw cards everywhere and stuff happens. I love that playstyle. Discard my hand and draw that many? Nah. More card draw. We will discard Tactician. Adrenaline. Acrobatics. To get rid of the bell. Sneaky Strike. Dagger Throw. Get rid of this defend. I wonder if it's possible for me to get enough cards in, like, play enough cards this turn to double that up, but it doesn't really matter. Oh, it doesn't matter at all. It's dead. Nice. Energy oh god, that's disgusting. Okay. Terror might just be fine. Like, just permanent vulnerable on an enemy, basically. Yeah, let's upgrade and then heal, I think. Actually, I don't even need to heal because I heal passively, because, yeah. I think I upgrade Adrenaline? More energy, more energy. No, not the Jawworms. The Bomb. At the end of 3 turns, deal 4. I don't think it's gonna last that long, I'll be honest. That said, I think it's better than the other stuff. Prepared. Let's get rid of Dodge Roll Survivor. Let's apply Terror onto this guy. Trip onto this guy. Slice. Sneaky Strike. Like, come on, it's so much damage. Dagger Throw. Get rid of Curse of the Bell. Oh, I could have got rid of Tactician, actually, and done way more this turn. Holy hell. Yeah, that's dead. I also could have one-shot the guy at the front, I think. I'll skip this one. Oh no, they're bellowing. They have more strength now. What am I gonna do? Well. Adrenaline. Let's... I have so much stuff on my turn. many cards do I have in hand? 8? Okay, so this is fine. I can discard, I don't know, fuck it. So defense strike. We'll discard strike. Tools of the trade. Dagger throw this guy. Discard dodge roll. Neutralize this guy. Backflip. Oh my god, this turn. Sneaky strike. Survivor to discard the deflect. Expertise to draw a new hand. Oh, I don't have any more ways to discard cards this turn. Predator, and then, I don't know, I guess Slice. They're almost dead. Skip. See, I was right. The fight didn't lasted exactly 3 turns. Get rid of the bomb and then eviscerate. Skip. All right, full health. We smith a. Let's see. I'm thinking dagger throw or one of the sneaky strikes. That's +4 damage, that's +3 damage. We'll do one of the sneaky strikes. Alright, final boss. Look at these goons, look at these shapes. Alright, let's see, what do we get here? Deal 20, that's not very useful. Deal 7 damage just for free, okay, sure. Put a card from your hand onto the bottom of your draw pile, it costs 0 until played. Not very useful, I'll just take the free damage, I guess. Okay. Prepared. Discard the bell. And survivor, I guess? No, the strike. Adrenaline. I forget which of these I have to be scared of. I think this guy mostly just does status effects, and this guy does the damage. They have a bunch of artifact. Yeah, so I need to. If I want to get rid of their stuff, I need to do this and then this. Strike. 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 My next attack is doubled, so that's nice. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Look at all that defense. Yeah. Reflex. Consume him, yeah. I will, I'll try. They do have a total of 500 health that I have to chew through, so it might take a bit. This doesn't have that many cards in hand. Okay, that's a lot of damage coming from that guy. Let's discard. I think it's better to discard this here, because this will do. Yeah, that'll reduce the damage I'm taking by a fair amount. I'm able to block some of it. I'm gonna do my card draw potion now, because I have so much spare energy. Yeah, and then. Pass. God, they're so tanky. I've almost killed one of them for what it's worth. Start of your third. I forgot I got this at the start of your third turn. Gain 3 block. Let's discard Tactician. Oh my god, there's just so much stuff to do on a turn, you know. Vulnerable. Card draw. Get rid of the dazed. Card draw. Get rid of the dazed. And something else, that's right. Leg sweep, I guess. Let's see. Dagger throw. I'll get rid of the neutralize here, I guess. Sneaky strike. Expertise. Oh god, I wish I had my discard. Slice. Predator. I might use my extra energy turn here. Yeah, okay, we're doing it. Discard the reflex to gain more cards. Yeah, that kills. Cool. So I don't need a piercing wail this turn. Nice. After image seems pretty good. Alright, now we can consume the donut as it slowly gains strength. Let's discard the tactician. Okay, so after image. Sneaky strike is a free 2 energy, but I'm gonna. Oh yeah, this is doubled up. So sneaky strike. Let's apply some weak. Let's get some card cycling going in. Deal some damage, gain some block, gain some block. Pass. One of the main skills in this game, and in any deck builder, honestly, is knowing when not to take a card. Because while it's tempting to just be like, oh, more cards better, it's not. Like, you want to have a focused strategy most of the time, and have all your cards contribute to that strategy. And so you're able to draw those cards more often. Holy hell, there's just so much going on this turn. I'm just gaining so much defense because I have so much dexterity and stuff. Is there anything I can draw here that... Well, I guess... yeah, it would... Too vulnerable. Nice, okay. Well, that was a productive turn. I get a pass on this one as well. Alright, let's get rid of Tactician. Have all the energy I can need this turn. This... We'll get rid of Swift Strike, I guess. And then we'll double up my... Actually, what cards do I have in my deck? None of the ones I want for this. Okay, so we'll do this. Double up this damage. We'll get Leg Sweep. Draw cards. Do a Sneaky Strike. We'll do a Neutralize. Oh, they're dead. Okay, nice. Well, that was a easy run. Oh my god. I'm just fucking first timing it on these. Thudump, thudump, thudump. A deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the spire? The source of this evil? You prepare your daggers. That's a lot of damage. You deal 67 damage. The heart squirms and bleeds, but ultimately is still pounding. Are your mightiest attacks not enough? You ask yourself, have I been here before? You feel that you have dealt a total of 8,342 damage to the heart. A total of 636,643,707 damage has been dealt by all of those who have challenged it. The heart pulses louder and louder as your consciousness fades. I wonder what these numbers are. Like, I forget what they mean as far as, like, how much damage you deal to the heart. Victory? Ascension unlocked. Oh, nice. Ascension in this game is basically like the extra challenge modes where each time you go through Ascension you get more and more difficult effects. Deal 7 damage to the enemy has poison. Deal 7 damage again. Double this poison. Okay, yeah, I just got a bunch of the best poison cards. New character, Defect, one of my favorites. I say one of my favorites. 3 of these characters are one of my favorites. I'm just not the biggest Ironclad fan compared to the others. Oh, another key fragment has been activated. I think since we've had some successful runs so far, we can go for a third, eh? So, I guess second one for today. So yeah, let's try Defect. God, that last run, that was discard, very fun. Yeah, let's try Defect. So Defect's thing is that they have an effect called Channel, which I guess it'll be easier just to show you. But hello, Niao. I know a bit of lore about you this time. At least confirm. Oh, it's based on each character that you have to do the thing. Okay, so let's see. Can I encounter elites early on? No. Okay. So let's just do extra max HP. Cool. Middle path so far is looking pretty good. Get an elite there, potentially elite there, or there. Yeah, let's do middle path. Cultist. Yeah, so as you can see, I have these 3 slots for orbs. And all of them at the end of my turn will activate. So for example, this one will deal 3 damage to a random enemy. And then if I overflow a slot, like if I generate, like let's say I filled these ones and tried to fill a 4th one, then the first one in the row gets evoked, and then activating its immediate effect, which is deal 8 damage in this case. So here we see bonk, lightning. So there's like a couple different types of orbs. There's lightning, there's frost, and then there's void, I think are the 3 ones. Yeah, so this one will deal like 16 damage. So bonk bonk. And evoking also gets rid of the orb. Let's just not take damage. Kaka. Strike and defend. Do it with style. Bonk bonk. Cultist potion. Ooh, that's rare. That one gives me strength at the start of each turn. Okay. Go for the eyes of the enemy intends to attack. Apply 1 weak. Chaos channel 1 random orb. Ooh. I like that. Let's just get random bullshit going on here. See what this does. Alright, twice on the same thing. Nice. Some defense. Cool. So the frost one gives you 2 block at the end of each turn. And to evoke it gives you immediate block. Lightning, frost, and void, they purposely left out fire. How could they? Yeah, I guess. Huh, yeah, that is weird. I don't know. Is there fire? Can you channel fire? I don't think you can. Yeah, hold on. There's like another. I think there might be a 4th, and I don't know what it is. But I don't think it's fire. Yeah, that's weird. Weird. I guess fire would do a similar thing to lightning. It's just damage, and it makes more. Well, I guess frost doesn't make that much sense for a robot either. Channel lightning. Let's do strike, strike. Oh, my strikes don't do. Oh, I was weakened. That's why. Okay. I'm gonna take a whole 1 damage. Oh no. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. Bonk. Yeah, I love this character as well because you have to sort of plan out the order of your things. Ooh, okay, I like this. Let's work towards the shop. Chaos. More lightning. Okay. Defend and defend. Bonk, bonk. I don't know, maybe fire is more of a ironclad thing or watcher thing. Uh, let's just channel more and more lightning. I think this kills you. Melter, remove all block from the enemy, deal. Okay. Deal damage equal to 2 times the number of frost channeled this combat to all enemies. Okay, I like frost decks actually. I like just turtling for eternity. And then just bonk, 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 bonk. Gain energy for every. No, I'm not doing that. I like playing small decks if I can. Small deck energy. Oh, dark. Dark is the other one. Is there void then? Hold on, let's see. Whenever you break an enemy's block, apply to vulnerable. Now, ooh, I wish I got this. I wish I had the gold for this. Hmm. Let's remove a strike, I guess. Streamline is good in these sort of slow-going decks because it just gets cheaper and cheaper as the combat goes on. As you make your way down a long corridor, you see a banana, a donut, and a box floating about. No, upon closer inspection, they are tied to strings coming from holes in the ceiling. There's a quiet cackling coming from above as you approach the objects. What do you do? I mean, I gotta take the relic, right? Also, the hook, SpongeBob, beware the hooks! God. Yeah, I take the relic. I don't care about the curse. I can just remove it later. Oh, well, I guess I got upgrade blocks. Nice. I do actually have some regret, game, from doing that, but I'll take the upgrade blocks. If I'm going for a defensive strat, then the blocks are nice. Speaking of upgrading, I don't have enough. I don't have anything that channels Frost yet, actually, now that I think about it. Let's do Streamline. Oh, it's this guy. Okay. Chaos. Alright, well, guess I got lightning this turn. If I channel this, then I will wake it up this turn. But this is the most preparing I need to do, so yeah, so I will do this. Oh, that goes through block. Okay. Interesting. Defend, but I want to streamline a bit. I want to start getting that stacked up. I'll tank the damage here, sadly. Wait, what's that one? Plasma, that's the one. It's okay, so you do kind of have fire. It's plasma, dark, lightning, and frost. Yeah. Of course, now I draw the blocks whenever I don't need them. Okay, there we go. I took a fair amount of damage there. Whenever you add attack into your deck upgrade, that's good. I got another cult. Those are very rare, I think. Channel 1 Frost, I need that, but let's see. Let's start to pass your next orb. Evoke your next orb, channel the orb that was just evoked. Okay, that's interesting, but I do need the Frost channel. Yeah. I could go straight into another campfire, or I could, now I'll just go into this one. I don't want to hit another shop. A strange blue human. Oh, it's this one again. Do I take the HP this time? It's always the card removal, right? It's always card removal. Actually, we can get rid of regret. Nice. I ran into that guy last time. Chest. Mall bank. Whenever you climb a floor, gain 12 gold. No longer works when you spend any gold at the shop. Okay. That's fine. I'm not running into a shop for a bit anyway. Smith. Sure, let's upgrade this. The free card draw is nice. I guess it's not free card draw, but you know, card draw is good. Okay, so this guy splits whenever we hit him enough. Yeah, sure. Oh, nice. More frost channeling. I should block most of this now. Yep. Oh, that's right. Now they split. Tiny slimes. Well, this doesn't do much damage at all yet, huh? Channel Frost? Nah, L. Okay. Yeah, this Blizzard card isn't gonna be very useful until like later in the run once I actually get Frost stuff. There we go. Capacitor, chill. Ooh. 2 extra orb slots would be nice, but I think I can run into that more later. Let's do this. You walk into a room to find a large hole in the ground. As you approach the hole, an enormous serpent creature appears from within. Hoo hoo hoo! Hello, hello! What have we got here? Hello, adventurer. I ask a simple question. The most fulfilling of lives is that in which you can buy anything. Do you agree? Yeah, I want gold. Yes, this will all be worth it. Doubt. But look at all that money. The serpent rears its head and blasts a stream of gold upwards. It's amazing and terrifying simultaneously. You gather all the gold, thank the snake, and get going. More question marks, more question marks. You fall into a puddle. It's made of slime goop. Frantically, you claw yourself out several minutes after you feel a goop starting to burn. You can feel the goop in your ears, goop in your nose, goop everywhere. Ugh. Climbing out, you notice that some of your gold is missing. Looking back into the puddle, you can see your missing coins combined with gold from unfortunate adventures mixed through the puddle. I mean, I'll get back this gold if I climb up like 2 floors. Oh my goodness. Well, hello there, Leah. And hello everybody. If raid alert isn't enabled, then I'm going to be very sad because I thought I just fixed that. But hello everyone. Holy hell. Thank you guys all for the follows. Thank you, Sato, and thank you, Reese. Oh my goodness. Hi. Hold on. Let me I just realized my game's been muted this whole time. Okay, well, I'm glad that this called attention to it. Uh, but, hello! I'm Innis no Kana. I'm a mage student VTuber who has made his own model and art and assets and stuff like that. I just debuted 2 days ago, and I'm playing some Slay the Spire, which is a deck building roguelike card game. So yeah, Leah, how was your stream? I'm assuming, actually, what were you playing? My normal guess would be Yu-Gi-Oh, but I mean, you have been branching out somewhat as a variety deck streamer. Also, thank you, Prince Yola, for the follow. Stream was good? Hell yeah. Oh my gosh. I would put my hands up for the robot cops, but sadly, my model can't move its hands right now. So, you know, I can elevate myself slightly, I suppose. It was Yu-Gi-Oh? Okay, yeah, no, that checks out. How was it? Games go well? Any, what decks were you... I would ask what decks are you playing, but I do not know, deck archetypes in Yu-Gi-Oh! Other than, like, what I have watched in your streams of, like, Virtual World, and that Eldritch is a bitch, and, Shen Shen good. Phasmogio? Okay. You think a Yu-Gi-Oh! Streamer would play something other than you? Okay, yeah, fair enough. Well, I will hop back into the game here. She actually played a horror game, I'm lying. Oh, okay. Wait, isn't Yu-Gi-Oh! A horror game? Like, from what I understand? Like, I'm terrified to play it, so I would categorize it as such. I'm gonna hop back into Slay the Spire here. But, yeah, we're currently in some goo. And I am going to greed for money by reaching into the goo. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a horror game? Yeah. No, for real. I dread the day that I one day end up playing it, because at one point I do want to do... Like, right now, my current plan is that starting with Slay the Spire, I'm going to do a sort of marathon of a bunch of different roguelikes and then rank them all at the end. But I also want to maybe do the same thing with card games, so like Runeterra and Magic and Hearthstone and Yu-Gi-Oh! And Shadowverse. So yeah, maybe sometime later down the line I'll have to learn finally how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I played it once as a kid. Leo would be a great teacher. If Leo would be willing to teach me, that would be a fun time. I hate thinking. Yeah, no, valid. The pretty pictures. Yeah, okay. Yeah, incredibly valid, actually. God, yeah, like, I played Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, as a kid at some point, with some, like, starter decks, and even then I wasn't that big of a fan of it. But we'll see. I do like combo decks, but only when they're not meta in a game, right? Like, I like playing jank combo decks or stuff that's, like, just barely wins, where I can throw cards around and do it. Like, maybe Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the game for me, because I love drawing a fuck ton of cards and doing a bunch of stuff in one turn. It's just seeing that the turn timer is like 5 minutes terrifies me, because, like, there's so much time. And I know people are gonna rope in that game anyway, somehow. Oh, we're up against the Gremlin Knob. If you like easy decks, play Virtual World. Okay, yeah, fair. Casual Shade. There's plenty of jank. Okay, yeah, valid. I don't know, maybe I'll enjoy it. Let's see. I think I'm gonna not evoke this orb, because I want to keep it around so it can deal some damage over time. So, yeah, for those who aren't familiar with this game, I'm currently playing as the Defect, which their thing is that they have these sort of passive orb slots that do stuff every turn, as long as you put orbs in them. And also you can evoke the orbs either with cards or by overflowing the slots to apply an instant effect. So right now I have a Lightning Orb that deals 3 damage every turn, and a Frost Orb that gets me 2 defense. So yeah. Now the problem is that this guy gets stronger every time I play a skill, and almost all of my deck is skills. So this is going to be a bad time. Yeah. In fact, I might just die to this guy. You might actually see my first lost run on stream. So, Hope you enjoy that. Bonk. Yeah, no, I don't think I win this one. Oh, and I'm weakened? Holy shit. Can I kill them this turn? No, but I might be fine still. So here's what we're gonna do. We're going to evoke twice. We're gonna draw some cards. Gonna beam them up. And, okay. 1 damage off, but we're fine. We're fine, we're not dead. As a certain RoboCop might say, what's it called? We can recover. Ooh, upgrade 2 random attacks. Hold on, first of all, I'm going to add a card. Game block and then energy. Game block equals number of cards in your deck. Evoke and then channel. That, I like this one. But I think I like this one. Yo, more strike upgrade. I've gotten 2 things. I got something that randomly upgrades 2 attacks and randomly upgrades 2 skills, I think. And they both went onto the default, like, basic cards. Nice. Yeah, there we go. Well, I definitely have to rest here because I have no health. Let's see. Slime boss, slime with a hat. Let's see. Well, I mean, hit, recursion, dual cast. So this boss's gimmick is that it splits in half whenever you get it to half HP, and then those things also split in half. So yeah. How much? This will deal 30. If they get below 70, then they split. So this is fine. So I want to split them at as low health as possible, I think. Yeah, so I want to try to deal as much damage as possible this turn. Because splitting them will interrupt whatever it is that they're doing. I'm gonna need to draw cards to do that, though. Okay, there we go. Let's do this. Let's do this, and let's do this. So not as much damage as I would like, but it's a decent amount. Yeah, and they're throwing slimes into my deck. Ugh. I'm just gonna let those slimes stick around, though. Let's see. This thing's about to split, so I'm gonna want to set this on this guy instead. Let's do recursion, zap, and strike to split this guy. It's licking me, gross. God. But yeah, let's see. We can channel some more frost. Let's deal 6 damage AoE. That is not enough to be meaningful right now. Well, I guess... Let's see. I mean, I might as well. That is still 6 damage AoE. This will deal 8 damage to 2 enemies, but that's not really going to do that much for me. I was getting the block. Yeah. Hell yeah, Raiders! Hell yeah, Index! Let's see. Well, this hand has a lot of very useful cards in it, I see. Ooh, Plasma, okay. So that's useful. That'll get me more energy later. I kind of want to not die now, though. That's my current priority. Because this guy's still going to split into 2 other things that I gotta take care of. And I don't really have much of any AoE. Okay, I'm gonna do this in a special order. We'll do this, and then we'll evoke this twice. I was hoping it would hit this guy at least once, but I guess not. Draw some cards. Okay, that's nice. I can streamline here to block some of that, and then, yeah, okay. So I still take some damage here, but this guy splits into something really small, so that's good. Yeah, we can handle that. I'm weakened, so it's dealing less damage than it could be. Do that. 6 to all. Get rid of some slimes. Okay, I think I should survive this. And since I'm not on any ascension levels, I fully heal after the boss fight here, so I should be fine. Bonk. Channel and lightning. I mean, recursion doesn't really do anything here, so. Next turn, it's guaranteed to die for what it's worth because of this little lightning bolt, so I could just press end turn. And you know what? I might just have a handful of slimes. Okay, no, that's fine. We're good. Alright, let's see what relics we find. Prevent the next time you lose HP. I don't know if I like that. Evoke your next orb X times. Interesting. Next power card is played twice. Ooh. Do I have any powers in my deck right now? No. So that's not useful. I don't really like any of these, but I think this one is probably the best, and I think it has the most potential to be good. Because I could gain like a fuck ton of armor with that eventually. I really want to be able to smith at rest sites, but energy relics are just so good. Maybe I'll take the empty cage just to remove some stuff, like the curse and like one of my blocks. I think I do that. Get rid of the curse, get rid of this defend. City. Let's see. Elite there, there's an elite there. I think I'm just gonna go down the middle. Or actually, it doesn't really matter. I'll just go down this way. Because I want to hit as many question marks as I can for fun. Channel some frost. Defend, I guess? Evoke it for 0. Ayah! Blizzard doesn't do anything yet. God, I don't have that much going on in this build right now. Like, these guys might get away with my money here. Okay, wait, I'm gonna dual cast. Zap. Chill. Beam cell recursion. There we go. Okay. Got lucky there, but that worked out. I have to deal, like, a lot of damage in one turn here, though. Lurky, lurky, hello, Pan! Welcome. Enjoy the lurk. I need to kill this guy in one turn, and I don't think I am physically capable of doing that with his hand. Yeah, no, this guy gets away with my money. No. Yeah. Ugh. It's unfortunate, but, oh. Kill him, he looking raggedy AF. I mean, yeah, but I just don't have the damage right now in this turn, or in this game. This run. Channel Plasma, I'm gonna get another recursion. I really could use some more frost stuff, or like just more defensive things. A long line of hooded figures can be seen entering an unassuming cathedral. Naturally, you join the line and are quickly surrounded by cultists. They ignore you as they gleefully chant and wave their weapons around. Murder, 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 caw, 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 murder, 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 caw, caw, caw. You eye a donation box. Ooh. Ooh, I like this. I like this. You decide to stay in line out of fear and see what will happen. Eventually, you are face to face with the leader. A well-dressed cultist hands you an ornate dagger. Like the others before you, you slash your forearm and let the blood drip into a misshapen bowl. Ugh. The cultists chant and holler for you. Caw, caw, caw! You chant too. Why not? Yeah, sure, why not? Let's go this way. I want to hit the campfire. Oh, wait. This question mark is a shop. And it's gonna go directly into another shop. Let's see. What we got here? Whenever an enemy dies, gain an energy draw card. That's actually really good. Whenever you gain use a potion, boss cards. Let's remove a card. Let's get rid of let's get rid of a strike. Oh my god, Pan. Wait, your character's an Omega people pleaser to the point where you slash your arm for cultists and dip? What's crazy is that my character's a robot. I don't know how they bled. Random anecdote, but it's cool that a group of crows is called a murder. Oh, yeah. True, actually. That checks out. Hi, yes, let me donate some blood, but also take all the donated gold. This game is wild, yeah. Yeah, we're a robot. So, we're or rather a defective robot. Yeah, I'm taking Gremlin Horn. And... I think I take the auto shields, actually, because I need more block stuff. And I'm gonna have a second shop, like, right here, if I want to. Do I just go straight into it? I think I do. Yeah, I don't think I want to remove a card this time right now. I don't know about you, but I would not slash my arm. Yeah, no, I wouldn't either. Well, I guess I did in this case, but yeah, no, in general. Although I guess if you're fighting stuff constantly and being stabbed, maybe it wouldn't, like, be as bad, relatively. Let's see. Oh, AoE is pretty nice. I don't have any AoE right now. Extra orb slots could be good. I really shouldn't be buying so many cards, but I need the AoE here, so I'm just gonna get that as well. Let's see. What do we got? Well, glad I got the auto shields. And let's evoke this twice, I guess. Just get the 16 damage in. I always thought this thing was a plant monster or something, but no, that's a parasite in a shell. Which is gross and terrifying. Ooh, okay, so... fancy time. We're gonna channel some frost. No, it'd be too inefficient if I just tried to double it up. I'm gonna save the ritual dagger. I'm gonna see if I can stack this up. This isn't even the elite. Oh, parasites are probably the scariest thing. Yeah, no, they're terrifying. Just conceptually. I mean, I'll just do the double evoke. Fuck it, why not, right? Taking so much damage here. Oh, and I'm frail. Perfect. So now I can take even more damage. Let's do this. Let's do this. And then I really need to, like, chunk this thing down, so I gotta race it, sort of, but I'm just gonna take so much damage. Like the ones that control the minds of bugs? Yeah, like the like for ants and stuff like that? Yeah. Hate that. Okay, I blocked most of that damage at least. Draw some cards. So I'm gaining 6 defense right away. Let's just block it all, I guess. I need to get the power or whatever that lets me increase the focus, which increases all the numbers that these have. Let's see. Shields up. Blizzard. Strike. They're doing so little damage. Okay, okay, if I can get to Ritual Dagger again, I should be able to, like, get that, I think. I just need to deal enough damage in the turn. Well, do I save for Ritual Dagger, or do I just take the kill now? Wait, can I even kill this turn? Oh, I don't think I can. Okay, well, I guess we're going for the Ritual Dagger then. Wait, no, I do kill. I kill from the Lightning Bolts, it's fine. Yeah. Block Potion. I think I keep what I have. Claw. Claw's good if it's, like, the only thing you're going, and I think it might be a bit late to go for that. Add a random power card into your hand. It costs 0 this turn. Exhaust. Sure, why not? Campsite. Rest. Alright, do your worst. Okay, wait, hold on. That's actually so much. Yeah. Sweeping Beam, Streamline? Beam Cell, and then Streamline. I gotta kill the small guy, I think. Oh, and, oh right, Gremlin Knob Horn thing. I forgot about that. God, I'm gonna take so much damage. I think I gotta do Plated Armor. Channel Random Orb. Okay, more Frost, nice. Okay, okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Let's see. Neither of them are attacking this turn, so that's good. Recursion. Blizzard current would be dealing 8 damage, it'd be dealing 10 damage if I recursion. Yeah, so let's just do this. Then next turn I'll kill this, kill that guy. Here it comes! Gremlin Wizard, hey, that's me! Oh my god, more dudes. Let's see. What can we do? I didn't draw into any damage cards, actually. So that's not good. Let's take the buffer wall. Let's do cool-headed. Hopefully I draw into damage. I did not. Let's game block. Let's evoke that. And let's tank as much of this as I can because I just didn't draw into any damage. Oops. Okay, buffer blocked that. That's nice. Oh my god. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're going to do that. We're going to Blizzard, I guess? And then, oh right, I can keep getting more stuff here. So I can Ritual Dagger this. I can strike, and then I can auto shields. Okay, perfect. I don't quite block all of the damage, but I block most of it. Yeah. Oh, I did this the wrong order. Oops. I didn't even notice I had the thing for that. It's gonna summon more dudes. Yep. Bat Gremlin, Shield Gremlin, okay. Well, AoE is nice. Let's draw first. Let's see if I can draw into Blizzard. Streamline's pretty good. Sweeping Beam. I can do this to draw another card, gain an energy. Then, yeah, let's evoke some defense. You see, now I finally have enough cards where, like, the Blizzard actually does things. Let's see. Yep, there we go. Bonk. That Gremlin Horn carried me that round. Shuriken. Every time you play 3 attacks in a single turn, gain 1 strength. I don't know how often that'll happen, but that's nice. More frost channeling. God, I really want to heal again, but I think I should upgrade instead. Let's upgrade let's see. Blizzard? Maybe innate. Actually, chill having innate is really good. Innate basically means that it always starts in your starting hand. Yeah, I think I do want that. Just because it means I can immediately get all that frost. Yo, Centennial Puzzle. Yo, are any of the Yu-Gi-Oh gamers still in here? It's the comeback card. I guess I go to another shop? Gain 2 focus, lose 1 orb slot. Okay, I think I want that. Yeah. I should have looked at what these are first, actually. Oh, that one would have been good. Yeah, the extra free stuff. Got too excited. Okay. I don't think I can do double elite here. I think I just gotta do the one. Ooh, that's really good. This is my win condition, though, and I think I need to get that upgrade first. I never really knew anyone who played the Pokemon card game, but I like it more than Yu-Gi-Oh! Sorry, Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans. Yeah, I enjoy the Pokemon card. I've tried it. I played it a couple times. It's pretty fun. Let's get energy. There's some frosts going on. Okay, here we go. We can dual cast. Oh, I don't have energy for that. Oops. Oh my god, I'm gonna tank so much damage here. This is bad. And this isn't even the elite. Beam cell. Beamline. Defend. Well, let's see what this does. Start of your turn, draw an extra card. Sure, we'll take that. Strike, Blizzard, defend. Sure. We actually have a sick Pokemon card display where I work. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't work at a place that has that does card game stuff that much, but I work at a local game store, and super cool the stuff that they have. I'm gonna do this, and we're gonna do this. So extra focus means that the orbs get more power. So instead of gaining me 2 block, it's gaining me 4 block. It's really funny because we have watches right next to them, but only the Pokemon cards are locked in a case. Yeah, no, that checks out. Ooh, hold on. Ritual Dagger. Oh wait, I'm weakened. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. I didn't realize I was weakened. But do they have card games on motorcycles? Probably not, no. I'm gonna guess. God, I want to get the Ritual Dagger kill, but I guess I can't. Cold Snap. Yeah, Cold Snap. Oh god, I'm gonna die to this elite. Yeah, no, I'm dying here. We're drinking the Ritual Potion. Caca! Well, okay, so that's nice. I get that all set up right away. I don't think this counts as channeling the thing if I do it, but I think I gotta do it. No, well, let's see. Void, okay. Yeah, I'm just dead this turn, actually. Oh well. You're a lightning multi-zap maniac? Yeah, no, I like lightning sometimes, but my biggest, I can talk, I swear. My favorite archetype is Frost. Yo, Watcher, my actual favorite character. Yeah, I just love becoming an unbreakable wall and then doing stuff very slowly. Okay, so, I'm gonna try another attempt. But first, I'm gonna use the bathroom because I've been hydrating properly. So, we will be right back. I promise. So, BRB. Alright, we are back. Gaming. There we go. Hello, welcome back. Alright, let's try this again. Let's see what happens. Another try? Yes. I don't have any elite starting off because I'm not... Oh, well... Okay, if I get very lucky, I could get rid of an elite with this, but I think I'm gonna take a random relic. Losing the channeling lightning might be a very bad thing, but we're gonna take the random boss relic. Oh, tiny house. Okay, that's fine. Upgrade a random card, obtain one card, raise max HP. Okay, nice, sure. At the very least, this means it shouldn't be offered as an option at the end of first boss. Defragment. Oh, ooh. Ball lightning might just be the better choice right now, though, as much as I want defragment. Oh, this is a hard choice. Because right now the only thing I have that channels is the initial zap, and I'll probably be dual casting a lot, so I think I need to take ball lightning. I want to take this route. I want to get all the question marks and this elite. But if I take this, yeah, I can get a second elite at least, so that's fine. We'll go this route. Jawworm. Attack, defend. Strike. Yeah, I got Tiny House as my starter relic replacement. You already beat a bunch of millennials? Oh my god, yeah, no. Maybe eventually I'll be able to sell it on the housing market when it goes up and get a not tiny house, but probably not. Oh, also, I got an upgraded defense, so that's kind of nice. I mean, technically, canonically, I do have a house. It's just kind of like in the middle of like interplanar space. So that's nice. It do be like that. Yeah, it really do be like that. Bonk. Bonk. Alright, Index, you might be getting your way here. We might be going lightning spam. Yeah, let's do loop. I wish it was legal to live in a storage unit. Yeah, that's some affordable housing right there. Dead? I love how it just says dead. Team Cell, Fusion, Storm. We're gonna... I kinda wanna go Storm. We're going Storm. From the darkness, an arm pulls you into a small shop. As your eyes adjust, you see a pale woman in sharp clothes gesturing toward a wall of potions. Buy a potion. Now. Sure, I guess I will. Okay, nice. Sure, Swift Potion. Good, now leave. You exit the shop cautiously. Now that's a way of doing business, I'll tell you. Speaking of doing business, what's up, shopkeep? Ooh, I like this. I like as much as I want to remove a card from my deck, I think I gotta take this. Oh, Defect has a lot of X cards. This might actually be good. Orichalcum, that's the word. Orichalcum. It might be Chemical X. I don't have any right now. I shouldn't take things in advance that aren't useful. So I'm just gonna take this. No refunds, yep. No worries. No, not the louses. What do I do? Swift Strike. And Zap. Alright, attack. Attack. Not quite enough damage to kill, but that's fine. Oh wait, I think I just kill at the start of the turn because of the loop. Yeah, there we go. Let's see, what are we getting? Cost 1 less for each power card plays combat, gain 12 block. Did I take the storm one? Yeah, we're going into powers. We're just gonna stack powers. See a power, pick a power. That said, I think that might be a dead card for now. No, I have Storm, so it could cost 3. It's a dead card for now, but eventually it'll be good. Hopefully. Which is the opposite of what I was saying earlier. Actually, no, we're gonna do Storm, and we're gonna take a power potion. Ooh. I mean, this is just useful just to immediately channel 2 lightning, but also the focus might be better. I think I take the free lightning channel. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Look at that damage. More powers. I just realized I can just drink this at any point because it's just instant max HP. Oh, dead. Lantern. Start each combat with an additional... Ooh, okay, so that's only for the first turn, I think, but yeah. Deal 10 damage to all enemies, chant 1 dark. Seek. Put 1 card from your draw pile into your hand. Gain 10 block, exhaust. Ooh. That might be good, because I tend to do a lot of setup on my first turn. Because I'm doing a power deck, so I think this one might actually be the best. I could just skip here. Actually, wait, no, why am I king? I take the free tutor. Hold on. Okay. Two cards. Oh my god, that's really good. I like this being on innate as well, though. Like, having this innately be there, but getting to tutor for 2 cards is pretty sick. I think I want the always storm, though. Storm, loop, zap, bend. God, the lightning really hated that one mad gremlin, huh? What card would I want for my deck? None of these. I am kind of at the whimsy of, like, the random lightning bolts, which is problematic. Also, I just remembered I gotta kill this guy. Like, now. Yeah, we're gonna drink this. Let's find ball lightning, I guess. I'm currently weakened, so maybe zap would be better, but... Which I guess they're effectively the same in this case. Okay, that's good. So that guy's down. Defend. I wish I had a real copy of that lightning affects all enemies. Oh, there we go, nice. Full cast, zap, Strike this guy dead. Nice. Fire potion, good. Hello world, at the start of your turn, add a random common card to your hand. Ooh. Well, it's a power, and I want powers, so I think I take it. Maybe rest, heal, additional 15 HP. That might actually come in handy. Well, storm, defend, strike this guy. Let's get rid of the louse soon, I guess. Yeah, working in a local game store, going back to a story from like about however many minutes ago, was actually very fun. Just because like, not only did get to explain games and stuff to customers and all that, but also getting a discount on stuff there was very fun, especially as a huge board game fan. So I got to try out a lot more things than I would otherwise have been able to. Well, this just is just draw a card. Ball lightning. Let's get the extra energy next turn. And I'm gonna gamble that at least one of these hits the louse. Okay, fuck me, I guess. I mean, I blocked anyway, so it's fine, but still. But yeah, like, I found board games that I wouldn't have heard of. I got really into hobby board games and stuff like that. It was just a really good time. Compile driver, deal 5 damage, draw 1 card for each unique orb you have. Okay. Loop. Channel. Draw a card for each orb. I'll gain more block from... Actually, this is 7 block, the other way would be... Okay, I'll take the 4 damage. Yeah, it is. It's absolutely a vibe. And it's just like all the coworkers are super cool. Yeah, it's just a great time. Okay. Essence of Darkness. Channel 1 dark orb for each orb slot. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Game 1 block permanently increase this. Ooh, okay. I kinda like this. And we're early enough into the game that I think I can stack that up to a ridiculous level. As you walk into the room, you hear a gurgling and the grinding of metals. Before you is a slime-like creature that ate too much scrap for its own good. From the center of the creature, you see glints of a strange light. Perhaps something magical? It looks like you can get some treasure if you reach inside of it. It's opening. However, the acid and sharp objects may hurt. Always do it. Always gamble. There we go. Start of each combat, heal 2 HP. See, I'm gonna recover that anyway. It's fine. Now watch me die to Gremlin Knob. Okay, no, it's this guy. We're fine. I should be fine. Storm. Hello world. Fence. There's a snack bar at a skate park near me, and I kind of wish I worked there because it sounds like fun. Yeah, no, that would be fun, I bet, huh? Probably, well, both because, snack bar, but also because, I mean, probably get to meet some interesting people from the skate park. Let's see. This will wake them up. Yeah, you get to be a recurring character. Yeah, exactly. You get it. Become a legendary figure to them or something. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get the loop. Gonna channel that now. Gonna block a bunch, channel. Steam barrier's free. This might as well be free. Get some more energy next turn. Attack. Yeah, becoming the subject of a story always sounds like a fun time, as long as it's a good story, right? Like... like, I don't know. I like... rumors that are fun rumors are interesting, I think. Got so much lightning. Index, I see why you like this playstyle. Yo, wait, reduce elite health? That's so good. Wait, this is also so... oh my god, okay. We're gaming now. This is a good run. Oh, I wish I could get Tungsten Rod. All for one? Yeah? This is for the Claw deck, I think, because, yeah. We can remove a card. Honestly, I am not using these strikes that much. I am just dealing damage with the zaps and stuff. Ooh, gain 2 focus. That could be a good potion to have. Yeah, let's pick that up. No way, all for one is real. Yeah. Guys, the all for one is real. Can we even get much higher? Is that how it goes? I haven't, like, fucking... all I know is that that meme exists, but I don't know anything about it. What if I just channel a bunch of lightning here? And then die. I don't want to have to spend this much on block, though. Fuck it. We ball. We block 6 of the damage anyway, it's fine. Ow. Oh, it's gonna split at such low health. That's so good. I sing "Can We Get Much Higher" to my friends like every day now. Oh my god. Honestly, like, it's power and I need healing. Nice, we take it. And speaking of needing healing, holy fuck, I'm glad we got that pillow. Alright, champion. Okay, so the fact that most of my damage is coming through the orbs is actually really good here, because it means that I'm not gonna take damage from the fucking thorns. Destroy, destroy, destroy. I need to deal 18 damage to get them to chill. If I do... let's see. This will deal 6... oh, it has to be through defense, though. So it'll be 9 plus 16, right? So that would be 25, which is enough, I think. I think this just barely gets through. And I hope I did my math right. Yeah, okay. Cool. I mean, I think I take thorns here, because I want to channel all the lightning that I can. Self-repair channels a lightning, but it doesn't really do much else in this case. I kind of want the force field here, yeah. So I need to block all this as much as I can, so that's 16 damage that I'm blocking. Yeah, here we go. The self-repair doesn't actually do anything on its own here, because I'm going to full heal after the boss anyway, but it's nice to have. Well, lightning. I should have dual casted first, actually. Oh, I guess I get to block this now. Maybe I should have taken the focus potion, actually. What if I just do it now? Yeah, and then... Ball lightning, zap, charge battery for the extra energy. Evoke. Defending on its own is actually worse here than, like, yeah. I just tank it. Because I have the Orichalum that gives me defense if I have no defense at the end of my turn. Free. Bonk. Bonk, bonk. Bonk, bonk. There we go. Okay. That's after a lot of bonking. Very electric bonking. Oh, okay, yeah, nope, this is the one. This is it. We take that. Bosses and elites specifically. I really do want to be able to smith it at sight, so I think I gotta take this one. Man, I am set for taking out bosses, though, and elites, because of the fucking preserved insect. Where do I go? I'm liking this path. I just want to hit all the elites that I can. Yeah, okay, I see the path we're going. We go here. Oh, this guy, okay. Storm, electrodynamics, ball lightning. If only I had Melter. It's okay, we're ticking them down slowly. Frail? Oh no. Well, let's just channel some more lightning, I guess. What if I just use the fire potion? I don't want to take damage here. We're just gonna do that. Skim. Ooh. Recursion might just be better, though. But 1 mana, that's Pot of Greed. Actually, no, Pot of Greed would be 0 mana. Draw 2, right? Or is it draw 3? I forget. I don't even know my fucking memes. Oh my god. I don't think I have the energy to make this worth it, actually. I'm just gonna do Recursion. You walk in by an eerie statue holding several masks. Someone behind you softly whispers, "Stop! Stop!" Okay. You swerve around to face the statue, which is now facing you. On closer inspection, it is not a statue, but a statuesque, gaunt man. Is he even breathing? Face, let me touch. Maybe trade? I don't know what good face, bad face does. We're taking a coin flip. For me? For me? Oh, yes. You see one of his arms flicker, and your face is in its hand. Your face has been swapped. Nice face. Maybe enter a question room gained. Oh, okay, nice. Speaking of, we're going into a question room. Birds, okay. Well, yeah, they're all knocked down. Right? Oh, is it only from attacks that it does hit? Oh, attack damage. Okay, yeah. Well, that's fine. I already blocked all this shit from my Orichalum. All I need to do is, like, evoke, like, once. Yeah, here we go. Let's play the genetic algorithm to build it up. Blessing of the Forge. Another Electrodynamics. Yeah, I think just for the Channel 2 Lightning alone, and just it being a power. Start each combat with one artifact. No, thank you. Extra orb slots would actually be pretty nice. I'm gonna remove a card first. Let's get rid of a block. Yeah, let's get extra orb slots. And we're going left. I'm gonna try to hit all 3 elites that we can. Storm, loop, ball, lightning, recursion. Nice. I am like all in on damage. Speaking of, this, oh my god. Luckily, these don't even affect plated armor. Or malleable, more accurately, I guess. Oh my god, okay. This channel's 3 times, I think? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just dead. So much lightning. More Blessings of the Forge. I don't think I need a 3rd one. Not a fan of these. Oh my god, if I can hit electrodynamics? Well, okay, let's see. I have 2 copies of it? Yeah, I do. Okay. Ow, my 1 health. Don't ever give up. You know what? Listen to Gremlin Leader here. Don't ever give up. He's right. Failing that all that lightning. Get the extra repair. Yeah, just bonk, 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 bonk. Oh my god, it's so much. Go for the eyes. Sadly, that doesn't apply this turn. Stack the genetic algorithm. Let's draw electrodynamics because holy shit, that's so much damage. I guess it's just 3 damage. Might as well take it. Oh my god. Look at all the... we're in a fucking lightning storm, I guess. My power's gonna go out at this rate with all the lightning going around. Well, recursion. Dual cast. Yep, there we go. Get some extra healing at the end. Letter open. Ooh, that actually will probably come in handy. Power potion. I think I take that over the Essence of Darkness. Is that crazy? Because... well, channel... well, actually, that could wipe out an entire board. Like, wait, yeah, okay. No, I take this. Whenever you receive unblocked damage, channel 1 lightning. Yep, nope, we're taking that. Heal up, maybe? Or if not heal, I think I want to upgrade. Let's see. Let's take, electrodynamics, I guess? Yeah. Snecko! I love Snecko. There's a chance Snecko is incredibly good for me, I think. Oh, not with this! Oh no! Oh, that's awful! Oh, Snecko giveth and Snecko taketh away. Well, Snakes should not have arms? No, it's a snake gecko, though. Do you think geckos shouldn't have arms? How about that, huh? They're too powerful already, they don't need arms? Well, look, I think this thing is like, it can't see, or at the very least it can't see properly. So, it balances out. God, I'm gonna take so much damage from this. Unless, do I just kill here? Not quite. Okay, here, I'm gonna drink this just to get, yeah, sure. So this, now I should kill. Yeah, there we go. Take the force field. Oh, lightning. Okay, let's... Wait, hold on. I can... I can get Seek every game at the start of the... Yeah, hold on, that's disgusting. I just... Wait, hold on, even better. Hold on. I was gonna heal here, but... Actually, hold on, let me check the map. Can I heal between this and the next one? No. I'll see how I'm doing here, and then I'll consider if I want to go to the third one. But I upgrade that here. Where is it? I upgrade that. So now at the start of the game, at the start of every combat, I just get to add 2 extra cards to my hand of whatever I want. Like... That's disgusting. So we do Storm, we take this, and we're gonna get Electrodynamics and Capacitor. We do Capacitor, we play Electrodynamics, we play Loop, and we get Force Field. Like, look at that! That's disgusting, and I could just do that every combat. Static Discharge, Self-Repair, Tempest. Do I just want to do, what, the 8 times 5, 40 damage with Essence of Darkness? Fuck it, let's do it. And then whenever it stabs me, it's gonna take a lot of damage back. Yeah, there we go. Horn Cleat, at the end of your second turn. Oh, nice, okay. And Block Potion, I'm gonna need that. Oh, Defragment, yep, no question. Now, I don't think I have the health to go this way. I'm gonna take the safe route. A man with an eye patch and a devilish grin strides up to you. Hey there, stranger. Interested in advancing science? I can make you stronger than any training or blessing. You're gonna need it if you're one of those heroes with the death wish. What'd you say? That's useless to me. Transform 2 cards, obtain a special relic. Start each game with 3 strength, at the end of your turn, lose strength, 3 strength. I don't need strength, so I'm gonna just transform 2 cards. I literally never play strikes. Yo, I got a 3rd Electrodynamics and another Self-Repair. Holy shit, that's so goddamn lucky. How does that happen? Okay. Superb. The man injects you with 3 unknown substances and pulls out a notepad. As you begin to feel lightheaded, he starts frantically writing down notes. Losing track of time completely. By the time you regain your senses, the shady character has disappeared. Nice. Drugs good, guys. Look how useful they were to me. Storm. Seek to get Electrodynamics and Capacitor. I should have gone Defragment, actually. Capacitor, Electrodynamics, and pass. Well, that's a lot of things. Self-repair, loop, I guess. Static discharge. Saying that drugs are good makes them less fun. Yeah, I guess the danger and like the sort of like edginess if it is at least some part of the appeal. Not most of it. It's probably a little bit of it though, from like that risk-taking perspective. I wouldn't know because I don't do them, but I gotta imagine that that's like I rebel by staying away from addictive substances. Yeah, true. Maybe that's the real answer to drug crime. Make it seem cool to do drugs. Or make it seem, like, lame, rather. I don't know. Turn next power card. Ooh, okay, yeah, no, we're doing that. Scaling the city, you notice a wall covered in the writing of ancients. As you try to wrap your head around what the puzzling symbols and glyphs can mean, the writing begins to glow. Suddenly, the message becomes clear. I don't have that many strikes or defense to upgrade, so I'm just gonna remove... Do I remove my last strike? I think I do it. I think I don't care about them anymore. I could remove Hello World. I think that card actually might be actively bad for me now. I'm gonna remove Hello World. And how am I doing health-wise? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, we can smith. What do we want to upgrade? What's the one that gives you focus? Where is it? I took the focus thing, right? I have it. Oh, it's already upgraded. Okay, that's why. Let's see. Capacitor, I guess? This guy. Look at this goon. Okay, I'm gonna seek out, Defragment. And, oh right, I get to choose two. And Amplify. Wait a minute, hold on. I'll get back to... Actually, I think I'll do Capacitor now. I have way more Electrodynamics in my decks. Yeah. So, oh my god, my Lightning Stand took so much fucking damage. And this guy's a fucking Minion Mancer. Yeah, okay, so I think he just gets fucked. Like, okay, hold on. So we do this. I already have enough block for that. So, Force Field, or, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Bonk, 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 bonk. Oh my god. Whenever I think of the Collector, I just think of the Collector from Hollow Knight. The woo! Like that guy. Oh god, this is a lot of damage I'm about to take. Unless... Never mind. No, it's not. Yeah, what damage? Actually, I think I do want to... No, I don't care. I don't care if I take a tiny bit. God, look at all this lightning. Well, we just keep doing the thing, right? And then... Is he just dead? Oh my god, he's just dead? Holy shit. Haven't played Hollow Knight, but it sounds cool. I never actually played a Metroidvania all the way through it. It's so good. It's my favorite game of all time, actually. It might not be for everyone. It is a very difficult game, and it can be kind of slow. You have to enjoy getting lost. Like, the world... Like, you have to enjoy the world. You have to, like, get through the exploration. And it has a little bit of a slow start, but... Like once you're in, it's a magical world, and the controls are super tight. It's amazing. Gain 4 focus. Nah. Remove all your orbs. Gain 1. Ooh. I think I just want the extra card draw. I'll be honest. As interesting as the rest of that stuff is. Cannot play more than 6 cards per turn. I wasn't planning on it. Alright, where are we going? Who's our boss? Time Eater, okay. That's obnoxious. I want to fight as many elites as possible. There's 2 in a row over there. I think I go in the middle here. Well, Storm, Amplify, Defragment, Electrodynamics. Oh my god, wait, they're just dead. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, fair and balanced. Skip all this. Hello there, shopkeeper, what do you have for me? Upgrade all your cards for the rest of combat. Wait, I can just draw this at the start of every game. That's disgusting, hold on. Okay, what are the treasures? Happy Flower, on pick up, choose a power. Oh, okay, hold on. Shopkeeper? Yeah, what's up? Potion sell? Oh my god, Pam. What thing would I want to have in my hand starting every game? I guess Electrodynamics? I wouldn't have to pick it up manually. But I can already do that, basically. Potion seller, I am in your spire. I am going into the spire, and I need your strongest potions. My potions are too strong for you, Defect. Go find a seller who will sell you weaker potions. But shopkeeper, I am going into battle. I need... Oh my god. I couldn't commit to the bit. My brain started going into thinking mode again, and it went out of comedy. That card would be funny. I think that I just want it because it's a funny card. And then we can remove... Strike from the deck. Sure. I have no more strikes. My potions are for the strongest beings, and you are of the weakest. God. I fucking love that video. Wait a minute, what's stopping me from duplicating this instead? Hold on. I'm gonna take Apotheosis and Defragment. Yeah, what if I just... Let's see. Apotheosis. Amplify. Double up this one. And this one. Oh, I can't play... Oh, the double duplication didn't work out. Oops. Oh well. Capacitor... Tempest? Dual cast. There we go, turn 2 in. Another defragment plus? Sure, don't mind if I do. Question marks. As you slowly make your way up the twisting pathways, you constantly find yourself losing your way as the walls and ground seem to inexplicably shift before your eyes. The constant whispering voices in the back of your head aren't helping things either. Okay, we've had this yesterday. This card actually doesn't really work in my case because of the fact that I don't have, I can't play more than 6 cards in a turn. So, I think I just want to get this. The fact that it's innate doesn't even really matter, because, yeah, let's see. Because I already have, a perfect starting hand every time from other innate things. Before you lies an elaborate shrine to an ancient spirit. How much gold do I need? When's the next shop? Taking this elite and campfire, and probably another campfire just to upgrade. Okay, so I do have a shop eventually. I don't need that much gold. Big head. Oh, that's a chunky health loss for it there. Okay, let's see. Seek. Let's get Apotheosis and Amplify. So that's 1 card. So this will be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah, so I won't be able to double up both, but this is fine. Right? Yeah, okay. End turn. Well, let's see. Defragment. Let's get this stacking up. Do this. Channel some lightning. Yeah. Defragment. Electrodynamics. Recursion. I think I do want the defense this turn. How many cards? Yeah, I can play them. Oh, and I can do this. Nice. God, that's so much lightning. Wait, did the loop go off twice, or did I just play a second loop since then? Weird. I have 5 energy, capacitor, self-repair, self-repair, electrodynamics. Oh my god, stop, stop, he's already dead. Holy shit. Dark combo with 1 dexterity. Nice. That's, like, mildly useful. Spaghetti monster! Okay, this is the one whose intent changes whenever they take attack damage. Okay. Let's find electrodynamics and amplify. Apotheosis. Amplify. Oh, I don't have the energy for electrodynamics. Oops, that was a misplay. Oh well. I was supposed to grab the focus one, I think. Yeah, defragment. Well, bonk. Oh shoot, I should have done this first. I just lost out on a lot of damage there. Now, sadly, the fact that I don't have the ability to play... Okay, well, I defend enough anyway, it's fine. But the fact that I don't have attacks means that I can't change its intent to make it not murder me. Well, let's stack this up some more. Full cast, stack discharge. I guess defend, sure. Get the letter opener damage in there. I kept forgetting that I have letter opener. Oh, that's just permanently there, huh? Okay. Self-repair. Electrodynamics. I don't really need the energy, so I think I just... yeah. Extra ball lightning could be nice. Do I need it, though? I don't think so. I think my deck's fine as is. Smith. Let's upgrade... God, I have so many cards. Ooh, okay, making that 1 energy actually opens up some turns. What else can I do? I don't... Actually, no, I don't need to upgrade anything else in my deck, because I have this at the start of the game, every game. See, I literally don't need upgrades anymore, so I can just go other places. Sundial. Every 3 turns, every 3 times you shuffle your pile, gain energy. I don't know if that'll happen that often, but it'll be nice when it does. Okay, so here's the plan. I already have most of the cards that I need. We get Electrodynamics, and we get Amplify. We play Apotheosis. We go... how do I want to do this? I have 4 energy to work with. I think I'd rather double up the focus than... no, I want the Electrodynamics now. So, Storm, Amplify, because I want this to go off twice. Yeah, and then... Actually, wait, this just kills. Huge. Okay. Here I was worrying about, oh, am I gonna take damage? And then it's like, nope, no, I'm not. Skip. Ooh, these guys. Okay. Wait, since my strategy, I should just be able to kill these guys, like, super easily. Apotheosis, Electrodynamics. Storm. Defragment. Electro. Then I can also do this, actually. It's almost lethal already. Yeah, no, that's death. Stack this up. Yeah, no, this I think this is a 1-run. Oh, wait, what's this? Deal 7 damage to a random enemy for each lightning shit. Oh! Ooh. Yeah, no, that's the one. There we go. This is the last shop I'm going to, right? Yeah, okay. So... let's see. 3 attacks, nope. On upgrade, 2 random skills, don't matter. On pickup, add 5 cards to your deck. Very bad, actually. That's just awful. Discarding a number of cards. So, okay, I'm gonna remove a card. Let's get rid of... what's the worst card in my deck? Oh, I guess I should probably... Fuck it. We'll get rid of it anyway. I don't care if I lose some max HP. Would I rather have anything else? Oh, Power Potion might be good? Yeah. Discard that. Let's get the Power Potion. Are there any of these cards I care about? No. I guess I can upgrade the skills, why not, right? Yeah. Sure, okay. Figure out this elite, and I'll be able to heal. Okay, so this isn't a silent specific enemy. Gotcha. Oh, I wish I could have that later. Let's get Apotheosis and Amplify. What's the order I want to do this in? So I upgrade. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So then I'm gonna take 18 damage here. It shouldn't matter, but I might as well take the block potion, I think. Yeah, this enemy just reminded me. The first anime I ever watched was Soul Eater. And, like, that anime, like, irreversibly made me a fan of scythes, just as a weapon, I think. Really cool design weapon type, very impractical. Yeah, Soul Eater is so good. Like an amazing show. Let's see. Upgrade. Yeah, no, yeah. Would I be a weapon or a Meister? Oh, that's a hard question. Oh, fuck, hold Oh wait. Let me take this turn and I'll figure that out. Can I deal 17 hits of damage? I think I can. Hold on. So. Oh, I'm so close. Wait, hold on. Yes, okay. We did it. We killed it through intangible. Amazing. You be a bow weapon? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. How would that work? Wait. How would that work if you shoot an arrow, right? Are you also the arrows or are you just the bow? And if you shoot an arrow, where would you end up? Like, if you transform back, would you end up back with the bow and just lose a body part from the arrow? Soul wavelength. Oh god, I forget what that means in the show. Focus. He is trying to decapitate me. No, I'm not. I'm just thinking you might be if you're a bow. Gonna leave for the rest of the night. Good luck with the rest of the run. Yeah, thank you very much for stopping by, Flare. Have a great night, man. Let's see. Apotheosis, Amplify. Apotheosis, Storm, Amplify, Defragment, and then, yeah, okay. But yeah, I guess, I guess I would be a wielder, maybe? I don't know. I already am wielding a sentient object, I guess, in the form of Chatrithel. I wouldn't necessarily call it a weapon, but, you know, close enough, I guess. I'm just gonna play cards and see what happens. Apparently what happens is I win. Nice. Oscillate Helix. Prevent the first time you lose HP. Oh, that's nice. Whenever you play a power card, draw 2 cards. Oh, I do not need that power. I don't need that much card draw. Alright, let's just full heal. And final boss. Time Eater. So this guy's gimmick is that every 12 cards you play, your turn ends. And this guy gets stronger. Luckily, I'm already capped to playing 6 cards a turn. So, it's fine. Apotheosis, Storm, Amplify, Electro. Yeah, and then I don't really need to worry about anything right now. I'm gonna take some damage from this guy, but I'm just gonna try. Basically, my game plan here is just to burn them down before I get burned. Yeah, okay, this hand good. How am I spending my energies? Yeah, I guess I just defragment. Electrodynamics. Force field to block some extra damage. Just temp it. Oh, let's see, 9. I want to try to get to end the turn this turn. But I don't think I will. Wait, no, this is perfect. Okay. That's a lot of damage in one hit. Okay. So let's see what we can do. Static Discharge. Loop. Actually, I'm gonna drink the Artifact Potion now because they're about to do a debuff of some kind. Recursion, Self-Repair, and then Dual Cast, I guess? No, I'm gonna hold back because I want to be able to space out my timing better for later turns. We're already halfway there. Oh my god, them dealing damage to me dealt 30 damage back, holy shit. 3 orb slots. Zap. Tempest. Okay, next turn I can play 5 cards. Foolish, foolish! What'd they do? Wait, what'd they do? I didn't notice. Well, if I didn't notice, clearly it didn't matter. Defragment. I've channeled 30 lightning. Wait a minute, how much damage does this do? Hold on. I'm gonna drink this, so I can play 3 more cards. Okay, so I just do this. This. Alright, let's figure out how much damage this is gonna deal. 9 times 33. Oh my god, this is the first time I've cast this card, and boy did it deliver. I think I still had some to go. Like, I think I still had a significant amount of damage to go that turn. What the fuck is 9 times 33? Hold on. I'm getting out my calculator. Hold on. I should be able to do this math in my head, but I can't right now. Okay, yeah, that's 297 damage. Oh my god. Well, my first Defect run today might not have been great, but boy, this second one delivered. Oh my god. Thudump, thudump, thudump. A deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the spire, the source of this evil? You charge your core to its maximum. You deal 732 damage. The heart squirms and bleeds, but ultimately is still pounding. Are your mightiest attacks not enough? You ask yourself, have I been here before? You feel that you have dealt a total of 9,074 damage to the heart. A total of, hold on, deep breath, 14,636,643,707 damage. Oh, I didn't get it right first try. Ugh. Has been dealt by all those who have challenged it. The heart pulses louder and louder as your consciousness fades. Victory? New unlocks. Rebound, equally being Echo Form. Echo Form is a fun one. It just duplicates the first card you play each turn. Nice. And now, I believe, if we skip past the credits here, that it'll show, yes, all 3 key pieces. Which means, in future runs, which I won't be doing now, I think I'm going to end the stream in a moment, but in future runs, by doing certain things, you can pick up 3 key pieces throughout the game, and then if you do that after you beat the final boss, you can like go into an extra floor to fight the heart itself. And then from there, like, as you play characters repeatedly, you can upgrade ascension levels to make the game more difficult. But next time I play this game, which might be next stream, might not be, I don't know if I'll do like art instead or something like that, but I'll be playing the Watcher, who does a lot of fun combo stuff, and is very fun, is my favorite character. So yeah, I'm going to switch back over to the lounge. But yeah, I'd like to thank everyone who came in tonight, and especially thank Leah Asimov for the raid. That was a very fun time. Had a really good runs in Slay the Spire today. Went 2-1, so that's pretty good. And yeah, so thank you all for hanging out for me tonight. Had a great time chatting with everyone. I want to get better. One of the main things I want to improve on, as far as streaming goes, is being able to talk about like side topics while I'm playing a game, which is very difficult. But I think it's a lot easier if I do it during like a turn-based game, because I don't have to constantly think like on the fly. I can just sort of go off tangent on stuff. But yeah, who knows? Maybe one day I'll be able to do a just chatting stream successfully eventually. Yeah, your head can't multitask. Yeah, no, it's very hard, especially in like a strategy-based game. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think I'll pull it off eventually as well. It'll be difficult, but I'll find a way. That said, let's figure out who we want to raid. Who's online right now? Let me open up Twitch. Oh, okay, okay. I think I know who we're gonna raid. Let's see. Yeah, okay. We're gonna go to Kragono. He is a super chill, like corgi boy who is a very, very, very good singer. He's like an actual musical artist, and he's currently playing some Valorant. So let's go show the corgi some love. Let me find raid. But yeah, thank you everyone who came in to chat with me tonight. I don't know when I'll be streaming next. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. I won't be streaming on Thursday. I know that much. So I don't know. We'll figure it out as I go. Like today, I'll announce it on Twitter ahead of time. So make sure you're following me there. And yeah, I don't know why I'm lagging so much. Oh, it's because I have Twitch open. That's why. That's why my model's lagging so hard. It's there we go. As soon as I close that tab, it just immediately goes back to being normal. That's amazing. But yeah, have a great night, everyone. And thanks for stopping by. Hopefully, based on my stats so far, which I don't like focusing on stats, but based on it so far, I might be speed running to affiliate. So let's see how that goes. Have a great night, everyone. Bye-bye.